Alright, we good. Let me copy the link to the stream.
Alright.
So I can post a message. Anything you want me to edit about that message?
1 second, let me go into the oneleif YouTube.
I need to put Rocket League on windowed so I can alt tab quicker.
Did you say anything about me touching on Swift UI kit for a little? I think that's just the only thing. Okay.
Yep, added.
Cool. What's up, man?
I'm rereading this to make sure I didn't forget anything, sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, I think that covers it all. Dude, I was up until like 3 a.m. last night answering questions and playing games, and like
Yeah, I
the
saw
the entire night, man, I couldn't go like 5 minutes without somebody like having to respond to somebody. It was, I want to say it was great, but it was draining. It was beautiful having so many people.
it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to engage with so many people.
I know.
All that stuff. But yeah, you need to get some sleep. We just need more like mods or community managers in other countries and other time zones.
Yeah. We need somebody in like the Europe area and Asia area because those are like 8 hours each apart.
Yeah, we just need a few spread out because then it helps a ton.
Ooh, hey, we got a
Just-
buddy that may actually come join us in Rocket League here.
Oh, there we go.
Cho La Salsa.
I love it.
There it is. HDMI. All right, let's play one. We just do some casuals as we chit chat.
Okay.
You got the stream chat open?
Someone already said hello.
Oh, that's Cholo Salsa.
Oh, cool. All right, awesome. They're not home. Well, you can't play Rocket League then. If they had a mobile app, that'd be weird.
That would actually be super cool.
But
Like, just plug like a USB into your phone somehow. Do they make USB-C?
If they
Xbox
had a mobile
controllers?
app, I could play it on my iPad, and then I could just hook it up to everything and play with the controller.
Ooh. I got this like
downgraded everything.
dark chocolate coffee, and it's so good.
See, I'm just a dark coffee guy. Just don't touch it. Just make the coffee. It's perfect.
I'm gonna do some dribble training until you're ready.
Oh wait,
You never put us in.
oh jeez. See, that tells you I'm not ready. All right, I'm ready now.
Man, why does dribbling have to be so hard? Come on. It is gonna be the warm-up of the century this morning. We're starting with casuals, right? Question mark. Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, we are. Sorry, I was talking to Susie.
Good. I need a warm-up.
All right, you got this one.
Oh man, I tried to thread the needle, it didn't work. Are you dual monitor right now? You can keep checking the stream chat, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
You want me to check both stream chats?
Both stream chats. Oh, in
streaming
Discord?
channel
No,
and
I got the
YouTube?
streaming channel open.
All right, cool.
I just want to make sure while we're playing you can consistently see the screen
Oh,
chat. I got it.
well, that was nice. Oh, geez, guys, what's going on here?
Oh, he beat me to
Oh,
it.
I thought you had it.
I had to.
So,
Yeah. Hmm.
do we want to talk about any topics while we just wait for any questions, or
I forget when people join the stream, do they automatically get put to whatever the current time is, or do they start at the beginning?
they start at the current time?
Okay, so do we start talking about anything while nobody's in here, or I guess if they watch the
Well,
recording, it'll be useful, right?
yeah, it's still YouTube, so then people are still watching it kind of like as a YouTube thing instead of
Oh, what a
streaming
save!
live. So that's where it's kind of weird to stream on YouTube because you have the live aspect, but then you also have the YouTube audience later. So
Yeah, I like the
hello,
recording.
yeah,
I'm
hello
so
people.
bad.
Oh, there it is. Not enough. Um, but yeah, so that's I don't know if you want to chat about any like topics or anything of like the projects that we're going to talk about to kind of get the viewers something to,
Yeah.
or yeah. Otherwise, I
So we're
think
just
we
trying to
should.
think. We're just trying to think of projects in general that can get people situated and get those with less experience paired up with somebody with more experience, or at the very least, get a project that is somewhat basic, so that way um, you don't really need someone more experienced. Or there, we can have documentation set up so that way anybody could start without a team and they could basically do their own copy of the project. Um, so some things that we were thinking about is hooking up to common uh, video game APIs. So for example, one of the suggestions that was put out there was for a RuneScape app. For those that have played RuneScape, it has like it has like its own stock exchange in the game, and they have basically a I don't want to say API for those that don't understand what it is. They basically have this place where you can go grab data about the current state of the stock exchange. And what we'd want to do is basically put a wrapper around that that lets us serve the data how we want to serve it, right? So somebody says, okay, I want whatever the current 100 most expensive items are on the stock exchange. I want to know what those are. And so we'd reach into their database and then format the data however we want. And what's nice about that is once that's done, then anybody can make an app with that data, right? Like all you have to do is be able to just say, "Hey, Mr. API, send me that data," and then you can make it you can make the actual app for mobile. You could make it for on a website, or you could even just have like a desktop application. Um, so it doesn't
Yeah, so
necessarily.
kind of.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to talk about my little Guild Wars one that I have
Yeah.
since they have open API. All you need is you just need a user to generate an API key, and they can specify what apps can do or what third-party applications can do with that API key, what information you're access to. But in turn, it lets me just kind of make some cool functions and quickly grab like, oh, how many quests have I done, or how much currency do I have, or like Sabian said, also they have a trading post where you can trade items and that stuff, so you can see the most traded items or anything like that. Um, but yeah, I make that so then I can use that wherever I want in an iOS app or on API on the server or a website or anything like that. But yeah, we're trying to just make other projects where people can just make APIs for a game they like. And then we have other people that are interested in making an app or a website.
That's my bad.
So,
The beauty of an API is it can be done in any language because just about every language supports being able to make web requests.
mhm.
Um, what else? Well, we did put out a Google form in the announcements yesterday as people were joining, basically saying to fill out what your experience is and what you're interested in. Maybe you aren't interested in games at all, and we'd like to know that so we can help come up with projects. I was talking to some guys late last night, and some of them were interested in computational physics. So I recommended you could make like some 3D visualizations of like gravitational fields or something like that. Um, there's a lot of options for what you can do in programming, and the hard part when you first start is you just don't even know what's possible. So that's where we can come in and help you. And not only that, but once you do have a project, how do you get people on it, or how do you plan it out? All those type of things. Um, I guess we could do separate videos on each of those topics. That might not be a bad idea.
Hmm. Oh no.
Like I said, I'm gonna need a good warm up here.
That's too bad. Yeah, this is definitely a warm ups.
I sat in the worst spot possible too. This coffee has like hazelnut in it. Interesting.
Oh no. All right, make the play.
Oh, bro, I got it.
You got that?
Yeah.
Uh
Okay,
oh.
I got
Uh
that.
oh.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm coming.
oh, get it.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. No, he bumps me.
Oh no.
No.
I saw him just bumping you over there.
Oh man, we could have had that.
Uh, I'll call that a good warm up.
For those of you that are like tuning in just now, uh, or I guess those that are rewatching the video, I guess what would be really useful is just a rundown of what OneLeaf is because our website isn't done yet. One of the main projects that we're working on is actually like a website for the organization itself. Um, Man, this coffee needs to kick in. I'm struggling to think.
Yeah, so for the One Leaf website, kind of a rundown of what that is, or a quick summary. I can do that quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, there's two different versions, and there's many versions of like what we can add. We can always work on more, but the basic version and the basic idea is to have a website where One Leaf or members of the community can join One Leaf, or any of you can join One Leaf and register as an actual member and log in, and you can have a profile and highlight your resources that you want to share and any projects that you're working on. And then we can also link any of the posts that you make about any of the projects you're working on, or a blog article, or anything that you post on OneLeaf to any of the other social medias from OneLeaf, and kind of have a hub to share projects together. That's kind of the basic idea of it. Anything else you want to touch on, Sabian?
Just for clarification, the first version that we're trying to get out of the website is just having all the static content, like the home page, the about us page, all that jazz. Just so we have some clarification on what, like, without even having all the nice features of being able to make posts and whatnot. We want people to know what OneLeaf is, so that'll be the best start that we could offer. So to add an explanation of what OneLeaf is, we've actually recently been putting a lot of time into how we want to specifically word this, and the points that we want to get across and who we are. Um, so I don't have the document up, so I can't give you
Mm-hmm.
my presidentially written speech. But uh, as of right now, OneLeaf is a registered nonprofit with the United States, which basically allows us to do several things. It allows us to have some sort of funding to support people, whether that means having tools that we can all use together, or being able to buy T-shirts for people that win like contests and stuff, um, and many more things to come. But as of right now, it's not uh, paramount. Um, what we really are is just a community of people that wants to learn. That is like our core tenant, and I'll just go ahead and give the backstory of how One Leaf started. If you guys haven't heard it, I just actually talked about it today with Tina in the interview that I just had with her. I believe she posted it. It's on SoundCloud, I believe. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, if you're interested, go watch that. It was a pretty good interview. She had some great questions. Um, yeah, train of thought. What was I talking about? I
You're
just
gonna talk about the beginning of One Leaf.
yeah
Uh,
yeah.
yep.
Okay, so Zach and I are the I want to say co-founders of One Leaf would be the right terminology. Um,
Hmm.
so the way it started, uh, Zach was way ahead of me. He had started programming in high school several years before I had even thought about doing it as a possibility for a career. And then I switched majors in college, and it was my second year in college, and I had to catch up. And Zach did a great job of teaching me. Uh, and one day we were sitting there, and we came up with the idea that um, not everybody has a Zach to to not only get them caught up, but just teach them in general outside of what college teaches them, because college can only do so much. You have to learn a lot on your own. So that kind of started the idea of One Leaf. Basically, we just wanted a place where we could help teach other people that don't have the resources readily available, whether they're from I don't know, some really small country that just doesn't have the resources at all, or if you're from a place that has the resources, but you don't have the guidance to even know where to look, because the internet has everything you could ever want to learn, but if you don't know where to look, you can't really get anything done. Um, so while that story is kind of the start of One Leaf, our perceptions of what all One Leaf can do have somewhat changed. Not only can we offer those resources and the guidance, but one of the best ways to learn is on projects. Um, and the type of projects that you need to work on to learn the best would be open source, and there's a few reasons for that. We talked about it in our stream yesterday a little bit, but uh, open source really just means that it's open to the public. Anybody can work on it. Anybody can contribute. Anybody can learn from what's going on. And the beauty of that is that you could literally have just learned what programming is today, and you could go look at a project and at least start to understand what's going on rather than just having everything in theory. Um, and that's where I struggled in college. Was a lot of things were theory, but without any practical experience, it's really hard to understand what's actually going on. Um, okay, so now that we've gotten to the point of doing open source projects, then we thought, um, okay, we can do open source projects for like ourselves or for One Leaf, but we're not really making a difference. So I mean, we are making a difference in many people's lives, but how can we make a bigger difference? And so we came up with the idea to do open source projects for nonprofits. So we have our first nonprofit partner, Bread for the Journey, that we're going to be remaking their website, and they give grants. They gave us the grant to cover our legal funding and whatnot. So being able to make their website allows them to give back to other people and really spreads the influence of how One Leaf has helped um, like the entire nonprofit community, which kind of spiders out to be more and more useful. So look forward to more projects for nonprofits.
Yeah, that's gonna be a project coming up soon. So we'll probably be talking on like what how we should make it, what frameworks we should use, and other things like that. Also, to just clarify, Bread for the Journey gives grants to what they determine as nonprofits or individuals contributing to the community in unique ways. So that's just to clarify, like what they do a little bit more instead of just like they give grants.
That's a good clarification.
Yeah.
Ah, man, I really want to know how to pronounce your name. Masiej Furman? Masiej? I'm gonna butcher it. He said he did some work on the Bunny Hop project. How should he push it to the One Leaf GitHub? Uh,
Does he make a branch?
did
Just
you?
push up the branch and do a PR. Um,
Okay, sorry. Put me in a different game because I didn't hit ready. Whoops.
oh, I went to training. Oh, you didn't change the color, did you?
How do I thought you made the clan.
I thought you made the clan.
Whoops. I'll go check out it after this.
Incoming. Oh,
Come to Papa. I bet.
oh, that's a pass.
Juke. Haha. Passing it. Oh, he hit it. No. All right. I should have hit that first part. I should tell this guy to watch the Git tutorial from yesterday. You don't need me.
Oh, someone in the YouTube chat is asking. You mentioned a project for a multiplayer game. What is it about?
Oh, okay. So, my long-term fantasy is to basically remake a custom game mode from Halo. Back when I was 13, 14-ish, my uncle and I would play this custom game in Halo that we came up with. Um, and the game mode was already like pre-built in. It was called Infected. And the way it works is that um, it's kind of like hide and seek, but the people that are seeking have swords and they're super fast. But the people that are hiding have guns, and they're just like normal, I don't know, soldiers. And if they kill the seeker respawns. But if a seeker kills a hider, he becomes a seeker. So they get infected. And that was by far one of the most fun I had because we would get in a big lobby and we'd have, I don't know, 6 or 7 people all playing this game together, and being the last person alive was just so intense. Uh, Having to run from 7 people that are way faster than you, it was awesome. Um, so that would be my goal, but to raise the stakes and basically have it so that it's almost on the scale of a battle royale, right? So basically playing this infected game with 99 people in one game, it would just be insane. Um, so I started on it. I got a weapons system, an inventory system. I had it so you could pick up and move objects. So you could basically like, if you had like 10 people in a building, you guys could go grab all the desks in there and like put them in front of the door, and the hider, the infected had to like break down the door basically, and then like destroy all the items to get through. Um, and then I got to the step of doing multiplayer. Ow, my brain. That was probably the hardest thing I've ever tried to do. I tried multiple different multiplayer frameworks. I tried Photon. I tried their other product called Bolt. I looked at a few other ones. I even tried, going low level and doing my own. Um, I don't know if it was just motivation that I lacked, or if I really just needed to take a step back, learn more, and then come back to it later. Looks good.
How much room do you want left on top for breadcrumbs?
Sorry, fiance was asking me about dinner.
No problem.
Where was I? So yeah, so multiplayer was hard. I said, okay. I probably restarted the actual game itself like 4 or 5 times. So then I branched off and said, okay, the core thing that I want out of this, the other thing that was my inspiration wasn't just Halo, it was Counter Strike Global Offensive or CS:GO, and the movement mechanics in that game. They have a mechanic called bunny hopping that allows you to basically gain infinite speed and keep hopping and do like complex puzzles, and I just absolutely loved that. So I wanted to recreate the movement mechanics of the Source engine, the engine that powers Counter Strike, it powers Gary's mod and Half Life. Um, so I spent, I don't know, the last 6 months getting that set up because their player controller is like 5,000 lines of C++ and it's not well documented. Uh, so I had to basically migrate that from C++ to C sharp. And then once I had it working somewhat, I decided, you know what? I still don't want to do multiplayer yet. I haven't gotten that motivation that I'm gonna need. So let's just make this almost like a platforming slash puzzle game. Um, based off of the bunny hopping mechanic. Um, those camera settings.
Yeah, dude. What are those camera settings,
I
man?
like my
Those are
camera
weird.
settings. Yeah, they are weird. Um, what was I saying?
Oh, sorry.
Uh,
Movement,
mo-
bunny hop mechanics.
yeah. Okay. So then once I got bunny hopping working, I was like, okay, I need something more to be able to make a puzzle game. I can't just have bunny hopping. I mean, I could, but I want more. So I was like, okay, what other games do I really like? Portal. Oh, dude, Portal. That'd be amazing. Nobody's ever combined, like intense movement mechanics with portals before. Just gonna ignore the fact that Valve has released a game called Portal.
Stop saying Portal.
um, so yeah, I spent I don't know 3 months figuring out how to make portals work. They still work mediocrely. Yeah, that's a word, right?
Yeah,
Um,
there you go.
but they work. So then I got that working, and I started making, designing some levels and whatnot. And I was like, you know what, I'm actually really liking this, so I'll stick on this. And whenever I end up finishing that bunny hop slash portal game, I'll go back to my multiplayer version, the infected game. It'll kind of be a sequel. Because I can just take the nice part is I can just take the movement mechanics that I spent 3 months building and just drop it into the multiplayer game.
So, do you have anything to say about your camera settings? Like, do you have any
What
defense? I'm
is it
like,
just the angle? Is that what's wrong with the camera settings?
he's confused. He has no idea what you mean.
Hold
He
on.
thinks they're perfect.
Field of view up, distance up.
Good thing they
It's just the
can't
height
see
and angle
mine.
that's weird, right?
Um,
I did
I
almost get
don't
that
know.
ceiling shot. I'm sad I didn't.
I don't know. I'm trying to look at the stream and look at mine. I think they look exactly the same, so I'm just gonna stop talking about it. Oh, jeez. I get these lag spikes. Like, do you see my ping? Oh, nice save.
I thought he was gonna demo me. Passing, grabbing
Do we
boost,
have
coming
any
back.
questions?
About
Instead of
programming?
just watch. Yeah, instead of just watching us
While
evolve
it is
Rocket
fun to
League.
stream Rocket League, that's not the point. This is just something to keep our minds busy as we're
Yeah.
waiting for questions. Mine. Oh, you.
Oh.
You know what? I'll just make you take it in.
Ow. That hurt.
Rank. I believe I'm Plat 1 and Zach's Plat 2. We ended last season. I was Plat 3 and Zach was Diamond 1. Zach, were you Diamond 1?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was
Or
Diamond 1 in,
let's see. I thought you got the Diamond
in
wheels.
duos. I was
Uh,
Plat 3 in threes, but I could
don't let these
never got a
casual
break
games fool
key.
you. This is not us taking it serious.
What are you talking about? I'm going hard, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking. Dude, that bump was actually perfect. He
Yeah,
was
no,
gonna
I
beat me
love the
to it.
4 goals that you have. Good game.
Oh yeah. Oh. I feel bad. They're doing bad.
Yeah. But yeah, any questions?
Yeah, we got nothing but time to answer questions about anything. Well, within reason.
Oh, come on. Get you in there. That's too funny.
I'm assuming people will be trickling in and out of the stream with various interests.
Yep.
Or they see we're playing Rocket League, they're like, I hate that game, I'm not watching the stream.
Yeah, that's probably why people aren't watching. Just, why are they playing Rocket League?
If I had Visual Studio open, maybe more people would join.
Save. What a save, dude. That was sick. 10.
You're good, but your camera settings look like you're playing with toys.
Oh.
What did I do with my camera?
Whoops. No, don't.
Uh,
Dixon, can you believe who I'm playing with?
Zach's not allowed to have any points. They're all mine.
6 points. How do you have that?
Si- what?
6 goals?
Oh, I thought you said 6 points. I was like, literally, somebody has
Well,
six
I
points?
mean,
It's like, what do they do? Just stare at the ball for a minute?
I've seen that. Oh, dude, just
Don't mind
pass
me
it
just
then.
setting it up. It's a three-phase. It's a three-phase.
All right, I'm just gonna stay on the ground at this point.
No, the bump. Oh, whoopsies.
Too good. Yeah. No. You should zoom in. Your camera.
Zoom in.
Yeah. So it
Lower the
doesn't look like
distance.
you're playing. Yeah. Stop playing with toys. You need like zoomed in to actually see the real car.
Hold on. I gotta. I'm coming. Hold on. Let me. Eh, 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 eh.
What are you doing?
You don't worry about it.
Hello.
Hey, Fardine.
Hi, Freddy.
Are you guys still streaming?
We never stopped.
Oh, it's still going.
Nah, I'm just kidding.
No.
I had to go to bed at like 3 a.m. Otherwise, I'd be dead right now.
Oh, you meant that stream? No. I wasn't under the impression that you were streaming for that long. Not that knowable, but
Damn. I was really hoping I could catch you off guard.
no. I thought you guys canceled the not canceled. Sorry, I thought you guys were done with the stream that you started right now.
Nah, we got nothing but time. This stream's gonna go on for probably quite a while. Cause I'm gonna go work on my game when we're done. Just chit chatting.
Dang. All right. Well, I'm probably gonna stay on because I feel pretty bored staying at home this long. But I'm gonna stay on while doing work as well.
What are you working on? Like work or?
Well, like I wanna flesh out the project that Will and I were talking about, the nonprofit stuff.
Yeah.
He came up with a cool name, Philodex, kind of like philanthropy
Or
and
philosopher decks.
yeah, we would change it to an F though. So it's but the thing is, we don't know if it's gonna be pronounced as Philodex or like Philodex.
What about Dr. Philodex?
Well, it has to be philanthropy related.
I was just making a joke about Dr. Phil. I'm sorry.
No, I get it.
Do
Actually,
you?
no, I don't
Do
get
you
it.
already? Yeah. It's
No,
some
no, it
stupid
was
show with interviews. I don't know.
no. I mean, I know the show.
Oh,
I
okay.
think it was just a bad joke.
I won't say
Yeah,
it was a
no.
good joke.
But yeah, no. I want to flesh out the readme file and probably put a posting on proposal so we can get the channel going. And I think Fabrice also said he was interested.
Awesome.
So yeah. I also got to do some oneleif website stuff for tomorrow.
Yeah. How's the landing page coming along?
That's what I have planned for later today. Good question. Check back in a couple of hours.
That is fair.
Back
But yeah, I'm
out.
gonna go get some coffee and then I'll hop back on the stream.
Okie dokie.
All right, cool.
BRB.
Jade.
And back out.
Oh. I can't. It's waiting for you to load in.
Oh, rip.
Yeah. I like this guy's name, J Driz Wiz. Can we? Oh my god! It reserved a spot for you, and then it booted you. I'm coming. What are we doing now? Just changing game modes.
Yeah. Looks like you got a fork on Bunny.
Yeah, I think that was the Massiege guy trying to figure out how to push his changes.
Yeah, so that's where it's like
I don't know if he's watching though. Is the thing.
I'd be inclined to have the potential project owner say if they want OneLeaf to fork it and if they want people to contribute through the OneLeaf fork,
Mm-hmm.
or if they want people to contribute to theirs, because it may be nice to have the OneLeaf fork so that everything can be like community wise accepted, and then you have the like the personal project of like they can
You can pull request in
PR
whatever you
any.
want.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, but then they get their own code base.
Yeah, I need to move all my code over to the one leaf copy.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking at least to do
Oh,
with this
we need to put out the form for everybody to fill in their GitHub username again,
Oh yeah, yep.
because otherwise they're not gonna be able to work on any of the one leaf projects.
Well, I mean, like, you
I
can
mean, they
always
could.
fork.
Yeah,
So, but
I got that. That's an awkward angle for you. Oh my god, the vertical bounce on that one, unexpected.
oh, nice little bump. Oh,
Whew! I was derping. I shouldn't have been.
I thought you were gonna
Is
hit
this
it
ranked?
send mid. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that would have been nice to know. I keep
No,
messing around.
I really wanted to do a real awakening, especially on stream too.
Is this ranked? No. Oh,
Oh,
okay. That's your fault. That's 100%.
whoa, 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 whoa!
Uh,
Look at me.
hold
It's
on.
not my fault. I was just driving back and forth in the wrong location. If I was to the right a little, I think I would have been perfectly fine.
I'm responding to people, so
Oh, you should have said that earlier. All right, we're fine. Fine.
I'm back. I'm back.
Okay, cool. Oh, what's up? Nice.
I was gonna
So
have that.
fast. Uh-huh. That's what they say.
You didn't see that coming.
Oh, that was close.
No. My reaction time is so trash. Coffee, kick in.
Coffee sounds nice. But I've already had some in the morning.
Oh, thank God you blocked that.
Uh-oh.
I am just not here today.
Yeah, I think this is the real warm-up. Oh,
No,
look at that bounce. Look at that bounce.
Look at what you've done!
The save!
No way.
Okay, just get it out of here, please.
I would with all 0 of my boost.
Oh, cool. Let's do it.
I bet.
Swarm them. Just bump them. They can't do anything.
Oops. Dude, I hate this controller, man. The key just doesn't want to register.
Oh, that's too fast. Oh, what's up, dude? Okay.
How's it going?
You got it? You
I
got it?
do. I do. I do. I do.
Alright, alright, alright. Oh, I got it going. Ooh.
I ran out of boost.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
I was counting on you to have that one. I was trying to. I don't know what I was trying to do, to be honest.
No problem. I think there's a difference between Rocket League warm up and then ranked warm up.
Mm-hmm.
And me still getting lag on the servers. What
Dude,
is
the
this?
whole time we were streaming yesterday and playing this, it was jittering so bad.
Still doing pretty good, so.
No, yeah, we did fine.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here trying to double. I'm mad.
Let's go. Let's go.
Man, I could just not demo anybody. Oh.
Play the fast game. Hit
Yeah.
it in.
I'm out of here. I don't like this.
Ow, I was hit.
So, go until we D-rank, and then I'll go work on my game. Yeah?
Sounds good. Let's do that. Did you want to just talk about your game over for the viewers? Or did you just want to wait until...
Yeah, I'll be working on it soon.
Yours.
I feel like I talked about it quite a bit with talking about the infected portion.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to remind people of the projects going on
Yeah.
and being able to bring your own projects in too and suggesting some and getting some help to start it. So, oh no, no,
That's
no.
unfortunate. Oh, cool.
Too close. Oof. Yeah. And we need to call or schedule the call for Bread for the Journey with Tom, was it? I forget his name.
I forget his name as
It's
well.
been a bit.
We
Yeah,
emailed him and he just
we'll
never
have to.
responded though, unless the notification
No,
didn't happen.
he emailed back
Oh,
and said with all the things going on, it'd be better if we could do a call
Mm.
instead of meeting.
That's a good idea.
So we'll have to just message
Yep.
back with that. I think we can do it this week.
Cho, if you're watching the stream still, the reason I'm trying to search and figure out what library to use rather than just using Unity's multiplayer networking, they pretty much gutted it, deprecated it, and said it's awful, due to not only its lack of support for their cloud-based servers, but also due to community feedback and everybody being mad at it. I just stole your boost. I'm sorry.
You got a message in general.
Yep.
Okay,
Let
cool.
me score real quick. All right, there we go.
Oh, here we go.
Da, 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 da. Thank you for going. Okay. I don't know what's going on with my taste buds today, but each sip of coffee is tasting different. That one tasted like pretzels. Oh man, I was really hoping I could get that.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Rip this game.
Oh, you kept it up for us. Oh, nice.
What a gentleman. Oh, can it be? It can't be.
GG. That's good.
To add more to answer to your question, Cho, not only is the Unity library bad, but even if it was good, I think I would almost want something with some more finer level of control. Let's take, for example, me sending my player's movement every frame over the game. I see you, Zach, queuing up, even though we dipped down. That
Hey,
was
whoa, whoa,
no,
whoa.
that
I
was game
didn't
one.
div.
Oh,
Whoa,
okay, all right,
whoa.
that's fair. So to continue adding to that, let's say I want to send my player's movement data over the network, right? The problem with using other networking libraries is that maybe they want to send it using they want to send the X, the Y, and the Z, but they want to send it as like a double instead of a float, so it's like more accurate. Well, maybe I don't need that level of accuracy, so I want to be able to change the actual type of data sent over to the server, or change what happens to it once it gets there. Um, Using pre-built libraries, a lot of the times they don't give you that fine-grained control. So being able to build mine from the ground up would not only give me experience, but give me that level of control that I'd be looking for. Can it be that easy? It can't.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hitting it back to you.
Okay.
Just doing donuts over here.
What? I hit someone with full force and they don't get down.
Can it be? It can be. It can be. I believe. Damn it.
Is it in?
No.
Oh.
I was pumped for it to be, though. Oh, I kind of expected you to. When I hit it sideways, usually you come in because it like can't hit it quick enough.
Oh, I messed up.
I'm a chill. Yeah, I'm a chill. That's
Oh.
not good. Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Oh, same path. Thanks for the boost.
Yeah.
Woo.
You're welcome. Don't you take the other boost now.
It like popped up in the air. I couldn't get it on the ground.
It's all good. Yeah, I was
Oh.
gonna say.
Oh, come on. Let me bump him.
I should just let them have that. He went for a demo. I'm going in. You.
Someone's asking in YouTube chat, what do you mean by more control? Can you give an example on like networking and
Let me
stuff for the
pull it up.
frameworks?
More
Oh,
control. Could
shoot.
you make another example? Yeah. Okay. So, one of the things that I found that was kind of a pain to do in other servers would be to sync animations, right? So if I hold the W key, what happens, right? As soon as I hold W, my character should start the walk animation. Um, maybe I want to, for whatever reason, like a force of explosion, delay that for a little bit and send some form of event to my server to say, hey, hold on, don't do that animation real quick. Something popped up. The other big example that I could think of. Ooh, lost train of thought.
Syncing animations and that stuff, and having more control on the network calls.
Oh,
And
movement prediction, right? So what happens when you hit W, right? W on most first-person shooters, making you move forward, right? That's the example that I'm using. Sorry, I should have explained that better. Um, so what happens when you hit W is that locally your client does client-side prediction, right? Because you're not
cool.
using, like, no network is perfect, right? So like if I'm connecting to a server in, oh man, I got bumped. If I'm connecting to a server in Hawaii, uh, then it's going to take 100 milliseconds or 200 milliseconds for my request to even get to the server and come back to me, right? Well, I don't want my client to just sit there for 200 milliseconds and then automatically just jump forward when the server gets my request. No, I should start predicting where I should be, and unless something happens to prevent that from happening, like let's say I get hit by an explosion or another character walks into me, unless one of those two things happens, then I should have predicted correctly where I should be. The only other problem that I can think of that would pop up would be like floating point precision issues. Maybe the server's operating system slash hardware handles a floating point number minutely different than another does. Um, but anyways, maybe I want to handle not only how that client side prediction works, but I also want to handle what the server does when it interpolates in between uh, where my client should be and where it is. I jumped up in the air, looked up, and then realized I had 0 boost. Whoops. I hope that's a good enough example, by the way.
Hmm.
This would probably be better for the bunny hop chat. This is more of a that discussion could go on for a long time because first person shooter networking code is notoriously complex. If you go to the GDC Vault, GDC is the Game Developers Conference. They release any talks that are, I think, 2 years or older. Um, they have talks from Blizzard on how they did the Overwatch movement networking code and how they did, and then there's another one for, I think both of them are for Overwatch actually. But yeah, they're really good talks and they'll give you a good introduction. Man, 1 point scored this game. What is going on?
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah,
This
I'm
is
here.
the play.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Hail Mary, go!
I'm in mid. Pop it. Shit.
Oh, well, this is so sad. All right, that's it. That's it. GG.
We going one more for redemption or calling
I
it?
can do one more for redemption.
All right.
Last one.
Did my taxes.
Cool. Cool. Taxes are cool.
Oh, we're both white. Why?
This is the whole problem. I hate when they do that. That's so annoying.
The backboard shots.
Just boom it, like,
Mm-hmm. With no regard to how they're gonna handle it once it bounces off the wall.
it's just scary. Oh no.
Oh,
Oh,
that is
wait,
such a
that
shitty.
wasn't you? I thought that was you.
It's okay. I demoed him.
I'm so confused where you at now. Just score it, please.
Aw,
Oh,
man. I tried to flip it off my tail and it didn't work.
oh, so close. Oh, oh, turn around quick. Here we go. Oh,
Can that?
oh, that's
Oh my
that's just
gosh,
it.
that's insane. I like this. Let's go. You miss. Oh, this is the worst situation. Oh, you got back. How did you get back so fast? Did you like
I didn't
instantly
go
turn?
for it.
Oh,
I faked it.
why fakey fakey? Uh oh, uh oh, uh oh,
Oh,
uh oh,
jeez.
uh oh, uh oh, uh oh. All right, I got boost. Now we're in a position.
That was a hit. Ow. Oh, that's fine. Oh, gee.
I can't believe I missed that.
Can't believe
I
they
I
missed that.
I, I did like the flip. I don't know. It was weird.
No, 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 no.
Oh, I went for the demo. No,
Oh, I thought you were gonna get the rebound.
I should have. Yeah, hit it right to me. Hit it right to me. Ooh, 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 ooh. You want to take this one?
Yeah, I got it. So,
Ooh, ooh. Do you get the double hit there, or do I? Oh.
no, no, I didn't. Oh, oh no.
Dude, I almost got the craziest shot off the side. Dude,
Oh,
was that a?
what?
How did you? Okay.
Uh-huh. I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
touched it.
Now
That's all I did.
we're just gonna call that what it is. What a save. Easy.
Oh, I love those. I'd be down if we did a Guild Wars or yeah, like the RuneScape one. Those are kind of the games that I play. Other than that, it's like Rocket League. But I don't know. I'm trying to think of other games that have good APIs for us to use.
I was paying attention. The League of Legends API is awesome.
Yeah, yeah, no. I mean, we just really need to find a game that a lot of people like and would want to work on, but then also people that want to work on the front end or anything like that. Oh, wow. Oof.
I hate those bounces.
Oh no. That's close.
Yeah, I flipped the wrong way completely.
Ow. That's just not nice.
Should be open. Ah, shit.
Oh my.
Going back. Oh.
That's an easy one. Yo, set that up. I'm going in. I'm going for it.
Oh, he hit it for us! Yes!
Dumbest.
Oh my god, you just. How do you even get it? How do you even get the touch?
Too bad I don't have calculator because I'd just be spamming that right now. Don't go in.
I might have missed a little.
Oh, that's fine.
Get out of my swamp. Oh, damn. No, I'm coming. Was that you?
There we
That
go.
was you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at this celebration after. Can you do this consistently? I don't think so. I think this is kind of just lucky with the physics. Ready? All right, ready? Didn't show me.
Mm-mm. You guys are trolling us, but that's fine.
Just tell them this is how we play.
This is how we do it. I saw that coming. I don't know why. I don't know what I was supposed to do there. Hit the ball, probably. Yeah. That would've been
Oh,
smart.
that's off. That's off the wall right there. No thanks.
Yeah.
So bad.
Okay.
Wonton?
Yeah.
How much?
Just take a big scoop and I'll eat it. Nice burp, babe.
No, I almost got that by.
Ooh, that's a really good question. I saw the beginning of it. Hold on. Let me go. I'm alt tabbing. 420 Walrus says, "What do you guys think about Microsoft's move towards FOSS? For those who don't know, FOSS in enterprise usually means free and open source software. And what OS do you guys use?" So, for Microsoft's move towards FOSS, I haven't really seen any downside to their purchase of GitHub yet. I kind of like when any company moves towards open source. Um, it can almost seem greedy because they want to get free work, but at the same time, it allows people to do the things that they've been, wanting to do with whatever software they're using. Um, so I always support any company moving to FOSS. Do you have any? What's your input on that, Zach?
No, same. I always support the move to that and contributing to that.
I think several developers, or almost a majority of the developers, are probably worried about what the Microsoft's acquisition of GitHub would mean for everyone. I know a lot of people migrated to GitLab and other services.
Yeah, I know I did too, but it was more of a concern to support other platforms instead of just having GitHub. Because I think like GitLab, and some other things had some better just interacting on the web. Because like on GitHub, you still can't make a folder like you're working today, and it's like you need to pull down the whole repo, and then you can make a folder. But yeah, it's just it doesn't have like an actual web IDE or anything. But I hope to see improvements.
Oh, Zach.
That was bad.
Yep.
What OS do you use, Sabian?
Windows. I use Linux. So I use Red Hat Enterprise. So I use RHEL. At work for a long time, but mostly Windows because I do .NET development. And at work we use like Windows Server and whatnot, so we kind of need a Windows machine to even run like our SQL Server. Um, I had a MacBook for a while. It was great for development. Honestly, I highly recommend any developer that's not like confined to an ecosystem. Like if you're an iOS developer, you have to have a Mac. If you're a .NET developer, it's less so required, unless you have like legacy requirements. Um, but yeah, I'd recommend anyone to go with Linux, not only because it's open source, but because of the configurability. You really get to touch anything you want about the computer. A lot of it's in the command line, so you get to learn how to understand functional components of the computer, like all the way down to the operating system and driver level sometimes. I think more people would use Linux if like Steam and other game platforms supported uh, Linux, because that's really the only reason that I personally stick with Windows, is because I know all my games will work on it, and I think that's mostly due to DirectX, the graphics library. The last question was, I always assumed open source community were Linux partisans, but now Windows 10 seems pretty widely adopted. Um, that's a good point. I think Microsoft has done a lot to kind of repair their view in the open source community. People have very strong opinions, most everywhere. So I wouldn't I wouldn't worry too much about those that are strongly for or against an operating system without providing very valid reasoning. Um,
Taxes are done.
Yeah, just FYI, I use Linux.
yeah, but Mac at work though, because you
Yeah,
iOS.
so I use Mac, I use Linux, I use Windows for gaming. So technically I use all of them, but I try to primarily use Linux because I can use multiple distros or different window managers. In my case, I have Pop OS from System 76 with my computer and i3 Window Manager, so Thailand Window Manager. But I prefer Thailand Window Managers, so it's really annoying to have Mac OS be floating or anything like that.
Yeah, I
But
really don't like
it's
their
just one of
floating
my.
approach. If I'm being honest.
I don't like anyone's floating. It's
Yeah, I
so
know.
annoying.
It
Like,
just wastes so
when do
much
you
space.
want like when do you want windows to overlap each other? Like, I just don't. So it's kind of weird to.
There's only
I guess
one
some people
case
are
I can think of, and that's if you have like I don't know, Visual Studio or something with big enough like command toolbars
hmm
that like don't scale like lower the scale when the size of the window is lowered.
Yeah.
So you almost want like just a little bit poking out so you can click on it and switch to that window whenever.
Oh, that's just the whole thing of clicking on it. If you can just have a keybind switch to
Yeah,
any
yeah,
window.
exactly. Like if you can
So
just
for
alt tab.
i3 to solve it, they have stack views that you can put, and it's like little tabs at the top, and you just switch between them, and it's like a vertical stack. But they're all like full screen of whatever the window size is. Do they just individually hide? Oh, very fast. Oh, come on. Rocket League.
I just gotta
What are you
wait 20
doing?
seconds and we win.
Oh, that's in. Oh my goodness.
That's a good joke.
Just don't move.
At this level, people know how to air dribble, but they don't know how to have good control over it when it's in the. Oh my goodness, I shouldn't have left. Oh no!
Oh
What have I
no.
done?
That's stupid.
I'm mad at myself. Sitting here telling myself, you don't have to move. Moves, lose.
Oh dude, look at this. Oh no, he came out.
I looked at it. I
Ah.
looked at it. I'm not seeing anything cool.
Oh no. They're making fun of us in chat
Uh oh.
now.
I don't have it open, but now I'm gonna go look it up as soon as this is over.
Yeah, look it up. I'm gonna join.
Mine. I didn't move the. No way.
Oh no,
I
dude.
can't turn that. I should have drifted.
I blame you for missing the shot.
I blame me for leaving goal.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Come on. Come on. You think you can do it?
Oh dude. Watch that. They're passing.
No, they're not.
They're passing.
I'm so bad.
What a save. Oh no.
Don't you
Ah.
laugh at me. All right, I give up. I can't focus today.
Yep. All right. That's enough Rocket League. Get out of here.
Good stuff. Actually, that was terrible stuff. We were both so bad.
Yeah. No, that's
I
probably
think
one
I
of
think
our worst.
talking while playing ranked is not the way to go.
Okay.
Do I make a separate stream for Buddy Hop? Call it something different. That way, it makes more sense.
Um. Yeah, I mean, if we want to keep the streams on average like about an hour, I think the last one was about 2 hours, so that's kind of, long streams to get through if we want them to kind of not be time stamped.
Okay, I am going to go eat food real quick, and then I will remake the stream. Everybody that's watching, it'll still be on the One Leaf channel. It'll just be a different link that you have to click. I'll post it in the streaming channel.
Cool. Awesome.
Actually, now that I think about it, I didn't
Oh, oh, oh.
I didn't add everyone, and they're all going to be looking at this stream specifically because that's the link that I posted. So maybe I should just use this one. All right, fuck it. We'll open up Unity.
Dive right into it. All right. Well, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, have a good one, buddy.
You know. All right. Cool. See ya.
Well, guys, we get to talk to ourselves. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to go to where my code is, and we need to make sure we have the latest code. New configuration specifies merge ref. Portal overhang. Did I? I think what I did here is that I merged the branch and deleted it. Now it doesn't think it exists. That is what it looks like. We'll go look at the closed pull requests. So what we're going to learn today is we'll go look at what ticket we're going to work on. Yeah, we fixed. Okay, so the last ticket that we fixed is portal overhang. I still have that branch checked out. So what we need to do is we need to let's go look at all of our branches that we have. Let's make this bigger for you guys to see. We're going to check out development because that's like the way I have it structured. I could go ahead and do a simple introduction. We have the master branch, we have the development branch, and then we branch off of development onto each feature. And then we do our feature code, and then we merge it back in, and then we make a new feature, do some stuff, and merge it back in. And then when we hit a new version, we merge that guy back into master, and then make and then just keep working back off of development. So we check back out development, we make sure we have the latest stuff there, and since it didn't, if you see it's already up to date, so we already have what the latest code is because everything's being done on my machine right now. I don't think anybody else has put any commits up to the repository. Okay, so we have the latest code. Now we need to go figure out what we want to do. So I have this projects tab on the project. We go into the project, and you can see we're going to have a bunch of tickets. So I fixed this guy, so we can move it to done. We have this guy. The math is really hard. I'm actually going to move it back to do because I don't have the brain power to do that today. So we're going to poke through, see what's something easy to fix. I'm going to go ahead and open the project. Sala has another question. He said, let's suppose you have the game server or dedicated server and you're able to connect the client or the player to that server. Is that what you're trying to do? Yes and no. So the game server itself is what I need to make. Not only that, but I have to make those connections and figure out what data I want to send over and when. Sorry guys, gotta answer a bunch of questions. Okay, so I think I gave this ticket to Massiege. We'll put that in progress. Put his name on it. Um. Hmm. I think this would be super easy to fix. We can just change the portal material to make it easier to see, because right now it's not. So right now, I'll go ahead and we can just do a quick run through of how the game works. Everything has to be launched from the main menu. Actually, that would be something good to work on, is make it easier for everybody to join and work on each individual level. I'll go ahead and just play the game. I'm going to hit maximize on play so the game window increases in size when I hit play. And what this does is when the game loads, actually I don't want to maximize so I can explain what's going on. When the game starts, what it does is we have this menu manager that loads in all of the levels, and it loads in all the levels based off of these scriptable objects. So the levels, if we go to the build settings, are just separate scenes and they each have an index, right? So if we want to load a level, we just say, hey, Unity, load level at index 19. Or whatever. So I have this scriptable object that holds a reference to all of my levels. It's just a list of all the levels. So if we go to one of the actual levels, a level itself has a build index that we just talked about. It has a name, which would be displayed on this screen. We have a checkbox for whether or not it's a portal level, and this will come into play to let us know, when we left click and right click to place a portal. We check that to see if the level's a portal level, and if it's not, then you shouldn't create a portal. And then we have an array of just strings for the tutorial text to to teach people how to play. We have the number of checkpoints that this level has, and then these guys down here are what's set in the game. So whether or not it's completed and the completion time. If it's red, it hasn't been completed. If it's green, it shows you your completion time and the fact that it is completed. So we can go ahead and I can just see how fast I can beat all these levels, and we can just kind of go through them together because it's kind of fun. So when you first start out, you can see at the top left we have the time, your current FPS, and your current movement speed. The movement speed doesn't account for up and down speed. It's only your horizontal movement speed, so that way you know just how fast you're going. And then down at the bottom, you can see we have this little tutorial menu. When you reach the last checkpoint, if you remember that in the levels, they had the number of checkpoints, so we just check the checkpoint number, and then we keep track of the time as we're going. So we can either hit retry and go back to the level. We can hit the main menu and go back to the main menu. Or we can hit next level and go on to level 2. I probably should have some interface to tell you what level you're currently on. That would make sense, wouldn't it? For when I have more levels. Let's see if I have a ticket for that. Yep, add more UI indicators to state which level that are the tutorials. Okay, so our basic controls are W, A, S, and D to move forward, backward, right, and left. Left and right, sorry. You got your mouse to move around. You can press space to jump, as you see at the bottom of the screen, and then you can just hold space and you'll instantly jump. So the reason for this is this entire game is actually based off of a bug. Back in the days of Quake and Counter Strike, they both inherited the same movement system. And basically, what it allowed you to do is if you're running, you'll hit some max speed, right? Obviously, in most games. But when you jump, we'll go ahead and beat this level so I can explain it better. But our last, you see, I can't go through the wall. We can crouch with control. If we hit tab to go through, you can see it says hold control to crouch. So the nice part about crouching is if I were to just jump straight up, you'd have a maximum height that you could reach. But if you jump and then hold crouch, if you do it in real life, you'd jump and then you'd bring your knees up to your chest or something. So like you'd effectively increase your jump height, right? So right here, I can't jump. Okay. I have a weird collision bug where it allows you to like scale walls. It doesn't always work. Oh, maybe it does. But I wrote all my collision by hand, so uh, it's a little janky, and that's something I have to fix. So to explain bunny hopping, if I were to just run straight, I'd hit some max speed. If I start jumping, I keep my same speed, right? If I start jumping and let go of the W key, like I'm just holding the spacebar right now and I maintain speed, right? Well now, as I'm jumping, if I hold the A key and look to the left, you can see my speed increases. Now if I hold the D key and look to the right, my speed increases. If I hold the A key and look to the right, my speed doesn't change. It actually slows down if I turn too fast. So the reasoning for this is that when you're in the air, it projects the vector of where you're looking at and where your character was going last frame. And so by projecting one onto the other, you effectively increase the length of that vector, and that vector, the length of that vector is actually your speed. It's a complicated mathematical concept that they, for some reason, didn't look through very well when they um, created the source engine, but it allows for this beautifully feeling movement. Once you're used to it, you just feel like you have so much control over how you move when you're in the air. It's awesome. I'm actually going to restart this level, and then you guys can reread through the tutorial. So as you can see, you can do some really cool things. You can get going backwards. Oh, hold on. You can get going backwards, and you can still build up speeds going backwards, which is kind of fun. There's actually, I have some friends that like to do like complete bunny hopping maps like completely backwards. I'm not very good at it, but somehow they are. Okay, so now that you get to the actual like core of bunny hopping, really what it is just a bug that happened that allows you to increase your speed to the point where you can do things that you wouldn't normally be able to do in normal platformer games. Which is kind of a beautiful concept because then we get to kind of change up how level design works, right? Like some platformers would just have like a straight line of platforms and you each have to time it right. Well, in this one, I could just run between one platform and the other. Actually, yeah, I don't know if I can make that jump. So you can take it leisurely, like this. Pretend you're playing, like, I don't know, Super Mario or something, and just, leisurely beat the game. Or, if I retry, you can actually use bunny hopping to beat this super quick. Like so. And this applies to most of them. So I could just, take my time. Oh, see, this is why I have a ticket in there to make it so when you back up, the speed isn't so high, or the acceleration isn't so high, because it makes it kind of a pain and you fall off quite frequently. But for some reason, when I bunny hop, it's much easier to complete the levels than just taking it slow. And I know this may be disorienting for those that aren't actually playing it, so I apologize if that's the case. It's when you start bunny hopping, it's almost once you get it down, it almost feels fluid. Like you almost like kind of like get in the zone where you can just uh, kind of just relax, and it's it's unlike anything else I've ever played when it comes to like movement mechanics and whatnot. We're gonna see if we can beat this level this way. Ooh, we can. So I have like a hard side. So my goal here was to, just like Super Mario, you can beat the game, the easy way. It's just straightforward jumping, or you can get, crazy with it, right? And you can start doing all sorts of cool stuff. And I think that allows me to widen my audience, right? So, okay, I actually massively messed up on this level, and I'm pretty sure easy is impossible. I could never make this jump. Okay, never mind. It's just really hard. Um, So basically, this allows me to have a massive audience, right? I can have uh, people that just want to just straightforward do the jumps like this, and I can have people that want to get all sorts of crazy with it, and see just how fast they can complete the levels. Like if I go to the hard side over here, if you don't know how to like control yourself in the air, how would you even go about this, right? You literally couldn't get yourself around these walls, right? And we can abuse the we can abuse the glitch that allows us to climb up walls sometimes. The reasoning for that, I'm pretty sure, is that in most video games you have a collider, right? Which is really just a box, and you basically say, like every frame, hey, is my box touching anything? Or has my box touched anything between this frame and last frame? You know, if I have a projectile going at 1,000,000 miles an hour, if I check, only once a frame and that bullet's already penetrated through the object, well, you didn't really catch that it, interacted or collided. Sorry, wow. Um, so I ended up in Unity. There's this thing called a character controller, which kind of tries to handle these things for you. But it didn't really work with the custom movement that I've made, so I had to code everything by hand. Um, so basically, the way that it works is that if I just go into, let's maximize that I can. If I were to go into the scene view and kind of show you what the scene looks like when it's in like debug mode, it would basically be, it would literally just be like a box with a green outline showing me like where I collide with things. And what I do is every frame I check if there's something below me, cool, we're on the ground. Like keep me above it. If I don't have anything below me, then we're in the air, right? And then um, so while I'm on the ground, apply friction. While I'm in the air, use that vector projection to keep gaining speed if I'm turning and holding the correct direction. Ooh, oh yeah, we're in the zone here. I know some people that are like crazy good at this stuff, and I feel like I've gotten somewhat decent. Like I feel like this isn't something that someone could just like pick up and do instantly. But at the same time, some of the people that I've watched doing this stuff are just absolutely crazy. But yeah, what I like about this idea the most is that it allows me to get kind of creative with the levels. Okay, all right, we went through all the bunny hopping levels. Now we have the 10. Hold on, I got I'll tab real quick. Somebody messaged me. Now we have the portal levels, right? So you can left click and right click to make portals, right? So I'm left clicking, right clicking. So you can see I have an orange and a blue one. So I kind of I was doing some level design to kind of prove the point that uh, purple material are portal materials, and white is kind of the where the checkpoints will be on, and then orange is the walls, and then green would be the material that if you fall off you get reset. I have like bounds that are set separate from the green, but I could change that. So you could see that I put a portal here and a portal here. I can just walk right through it, right? It can get kind of disorienting if there's too many things going on, or if you've gone back and forth too many times. This level basically shows you that. Hold on, I gotta put the portal up at the top, and then put a portal down here. And the portals preserve momentum, so I can fall through one and get shot out the other side. And normally you couldn't jump this gap, right? Like that's just not a thing that you can do. But I think we can get creative with it. Yeah, we could actually go way over. Whoops. Let's see if we can land on the. Yeah, I think we can land on top of the edges, the bounds of the map. Which just means I need to redesign the map to have taller bounds so that way they can't abuse it. The next thing I wanted to show people is that they can. So if in normal games, if I were to just like turn in the air, like I wouldn't be able to do like a full. Like, do you see how I can almost cover like a full circle in one swift move while in the air? Most games they just like add a little bit of a force in the air. But mine, the nice part is like if I fall through a portal, I can create another one, shoot up out of it, and then I can wiggle myself forward with that air momentum, and boom, I can get up here. Whereas normally, how in the world would you make that jump? You have to abuse this portal mechanic, right? This level was kind of for test. It was just kind of to show what would happen if I were to, put something way up here. Oh, put something way up here and like fling myself across the map. It's kind of just something that I thought was fun to do, and I did it by popular. Oh, yeah, you can see I have some weird collision things going on that I need to deal with. So I think the problem with that one is that uh, like the portal literally cuts a hole in the material that you land on, right? So when the collider tries to collide with it, and I like despawn the portal and put a new one down, it's just like, you know what, that collider doesn't exist, so you can just kind of fall through. See if we can error. Yeah. This one's my first combination of bunny hopping and portals. So the first few levels were to teach you like the few portal mechanics. So the fact that you can just place a portal to start. The fact that you can use portals to get across gaps, and then the fact that you can abuse the infinite speed glitch and fly up out of it to gain yourself some extra momentum. So then now that I have the mechanics, I start trying to get a little sneaky about it. Wait, how do I get where I'm supposed to go? Hold on, let me reset. Oh, there's a checkpoint here. Oh, it's glass. What? How do I get there? Okay, let me. It looks like this is the way that I gotta go. Let's go check it out. Oh, there's a whole nother level. So we can, we can jump through the portal. And oh look, lo and behold. Okay, I'm bad at this. There we go. There's a whole nother level. So all of the levels kind of build up on each other because right here you have to do a big circular jump. And then I just started getting, more and more creative with it. I started making cooler jumps. I think I need to change some of the materials. I think this is kind of blinding. It's kind of hard to see what's going on. I didn't want to worry about making things look too good to start because I don't have a designer or anything. I just wanted to get the mechanics down right because that's I'm a developer, not a designer. This is the type of stuff that I enjoy. So if I could just make it functional, I could just drop in new textures later on, or have somebody model this to look like a pillar instead of a bunch of boxes on top of each other. So the goal of this game was to kind of force them to go through this path, but they can get creative with it. Like you were supposed to. Oops. Well, if you fall down here, there's no way to get back. You have to reset. Um, you're supposed to have to jump across those boxes. We're gonna actually abuse this glitch to go through this quicker. I know Zach figured out how to get this to work pretty well. I can never consistently do it. So I could, if I stand in just the right spot, I could teleport all the way over there and skip over everything. And then the nice part is I can shoot one portal through the other. I know that was really disorienting, but what was supposed to happen is you were supposed to get over to this portal. You were supposed to stand right here, and then place a portal up here, and then jump through it, right? Okay, I'm bad, and I should feel bad. Also, notice it responded me to the latest checkpoint that I touched, not the first one, right? So you were supposed to get up to here from here, but because you can shoot one portal through the other, it lets you do some crazy stuff and skip over a lot if you know what's going on. I don't really have a tutorial that explains how that works yet, so that's something that I should add. We could do something like that today. I don't feel like jumping the rest of the way. We can just go to the next level. So then I started getting even more complicated with it, right? Like, where do you even go? There's so many places to go. Well, the path. Well, this looks like something easy to jump up on. And then I'm here. Well, it kind of seems like I should go this way, right? So you jump up these very narrow boxes that are a pain in the butt, and I've fallen down 120 times because I need to take my time. So the basic premise of this setup is that we have to abuse, or not abuse, we have to have the knowledge of being able to use the falling to get momentum. We have to know how to bunny hop, and we have to have some fine-grained control over our movements. So the first step is to place a portal here and get a portal up there. So the only way to get a portal up there is to be able to see high enough to see there's a little purple platform right there, right? If I could just, oh, got it, cool. So normally what you would have to do is you jump up to this block, jump up to this block, and jump over to this one, and then you could easily see over there. But we're gonna cheat. So you can jump up through the portal, and now we're up here. And now we gotta jump over to this guy, and over to this guy, and boom, we hit our first checkpoint, right? So now that you're up here, it logically makes sense that you should follow this little staircase. Or at least I should hope it's logical. And now we get up to this platform. Oh, it seems like a checkpoint, but there's not. Where do we go? Well, we've been everywhere else. Let's go over there. What's over there? So if we put a portal there and a portal there, and you drop into it. Oh, there's the last checkpoint. Well, you can jiggle yourself in the air with all that speed that you got. Darn, we fall. What's down here? Oh, you fall and reset. So you have to learn how to move yourself in the air. You have to have some bunny hopping skills. You have to basically combine all the things that we've learned before and be able to use them and actually figure out a puzzle with them, which is exactly what I'm going for with this game. And boom, we got it. Okay, we got 2 more left. So the next thing that I thought of to make it kind of cool was to put these glass panes. You can't walk through them, but you can shoot a portal through them, right? So you have to. Oh, we got something up here. We got something down here. Let's fall through it, and then shoot a portal. This level might be a little too hard. Not gonna lie. I feel like I need some changes to do here, or I have some changes to do here. You have to shoot a portal in the air over there, flip yourself across to the other side of the map, wiggle your way onto this platform, and boom. You can see where we started was over there. Then you have to shoot a portal up. I think you want to do it a little bit higher and down here. And then you shoot yourself through that platform all the way out to here. And then you have to get all the way down to there. And so when you originally come out of that portal, which is up here, we'll go look at it again. you, can, you can get going so fast. No, I'm not fast enough. Hold on. Let's get back over there. All right, we'll take our time and quit being drivey with it. Hey, we found a collision bug. Uh, that was something. I am confused. Let's see what happens. Okay, is this because we got going too fast and then we missed the portal? Is it because we just got going too fast in general? The portals aren't perfectly lined up, but thankfully they're kind of forgiving in how they let you fall. There we go. Interesting. What if we put a new portal and then a new portal? That is so funky. So I'm pretty sure the bug has something to do with this. If I have 2 portals next to each other and I fall in one and come out the other, you can kind of get stuck in the ground. I'm trying to recreate that bug that I found a couple days ago. You can get yourself like halfway stuck in the ground. Oh, did we find it? Oh, weird. It wouldn't even let us in the portal. Interesting. Okay, so we've got a few physics issues. So if you hit escape, you have the options menu and so on. So there was one more level that we're gonna do, but it takes forever to complete. And we're not gonna go that far. So let's go look at a bug that we can fix. I believe the one we said we were gonna do was change the portal material. This one's super easy. It doesn't involve any code. Over here in the assets folder, we have some materials, and here are the materials we have. I grabbed some prototype materials, and the portal material is just purple. I think we want to make it something brighter to make it more to make it stand out more. Let me think on that for a sec. Oh, we got a guy that opened a pull request. Let's see what it looks like. So he wants to merge from his master branch into my development branch. So he took my repository and forked it. And basically what that means is he makes a copy of it, but his user owns it. And it looks like he wants to take 3 of my own commits and merge them in. Let's see if we can get him in the call. That might help. Alright, I'm not sure what I want to change the materials to. Let's just go to one of our levels and change the material, and see how we feel. So I have a few different grid materials. So we have a few problems. One, the purple for portals doesn't necessarily seem uh, eye attracting, and I think the orange is kind of disorienting. I think it's too much. My eyes kind of got tired of it, so I'm thinking maybe we switch it. Oh, hi.
Hello.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good. So I was looking at your pull request.
Yeah.
So it looks like what you have set up here is that you took 3 of my pull requests and are trying to merge them in, which looked kind of funky. Um, if you want,
Yeah.
you can screen share and I can help you figure this out.
Okay.
Do you know how to screen share?
On Discord, never tried it actually.
In the bottom left of Discord, do you see the phone with the X symbol on it? Like the disconnect button?
Yeah.
Directly to the left of
Oh,
that, there should be a screen with
yeah.
an
Go
arrow.
live.
Yep.
You see it?
Yes, sir. Alright, now that I can see your screen. Alright, are you using GitHub Desktop, it looks like?
Yeah. Oh, I thought it would be, I don't know, easier.
Oh yeah, I like GitHub Desktop. I like to use it. I even have it pinned on the bottom.
I mean,
'Cause
I know how to use Git, but I guess I
oh,
just like to visualize it more.
no, yeah,
Like
I use it a
it's
lot.
more readable for me.
Yeah, it's also quicker than having to type in the commands sometimes. Um, so what were the steps that you took to make that pull request? I'm curious what your thought process was.
So I forked it and uh, uh, I changed my branch to master on my repository, and then it showed that I can pull to your development branch, and that's what I did, I guess.
Do you have the stream open, by the way?
Your stream, yeah,
Cool. I just wanted to know if you could see my screen. So what we're gonna do here, um, I will walk you through how I would have done it. So on a lot of open source projects, forking is completely okay. It does make it a little bit more of a pain, right? Because if I want to test your changes, what I have to do is I have to go clone your repository and pull the changes down, right?
okay,
And test it. So what I went ahead and did is I went to settings, I went to manage access, and I believe I added you as a member. Yeah, you're actually a collaborator, right? So you can actually make changes to my repository yourself, right?
okay,
So the basic formula for how you should work with Git is I can see you're on my repository. So if you go ahead and hit the
yeah,
poll origin in the top right, you see how you have like the 2 and the 200 to the right, keep going to the right. There you go. So what that's going to do is that's going to pull all the latest changes down from the server, right? Unable to merge unrelated histories in this repository. I'm unsure what you did, and we're just going to do the simple
yeah. I
approach.
probably messed some things up.
You can just go delete the folder and reclone the repository.
Yeah, okay.
So you can just hit show and explore. You can just hit Control Shift E. There you go, and then you can just delete that whole folder.
Um,
You'll have to go up
it
a few
doesn't.
folders.
I'm not sure if it won't delete the changes that I made.
Oh, did you already make some changes?
Yeah.
Uh, let's go look at your history real quick.
I mean, I didn't change any code. I just did some cleaning in the hierarchy because it was everything like messed up, I guess.
What was the? Can I see the first commit that you did? So this one deleted that. There we go. Okay, so all those changes are due to you importing Unity with a different version, I believe. What version of Unity are you using?
219.303.
2019.0.3? Your screen's really blurry. I can't see. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Discord's kind of bad about
it's
screen share.
219 3.0 F3.
Okay, cool. That's what I'm on. So if that's the case, I assume it's your package manager that's behaving weird. Because I did import some custom packages like Pro Builder and whatnot. So, what all? Do you remember what all you changed in the hierarchy, or was there a ton of changes?
I basically uh, run through all the levels and like did some folders, I guess, like creating empty objects. Like, can you see my Unity editor?
Yeah. Yeah, gotcha. Just made
So
it more
that's what I
organized.
did. I just did some like cleaning, So
Yeah, perfect. I like that a lot.
yeah, and I fixed the bug on the level 10 that when you fall
Nah.
to the ground, you couldn't restart it.
Yep.
So yeah, so that's all I did. I didn't have much time, but I mean, I like it clean.
No, yeah,
It
me too.
was easier to work.
No, yeah, I appreciate it. I had literally just made the levels like last week and hadn't had the time to clean them up.
Yeah.
Hmm. So for what to do here, do you have Git Bash? I have an idea.
Probably. Yeah, I do.
Okay, so we're gonna cheat. So you made the changes on the master branch, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So the master branch, on average, is typically reserved for only like new versions. So if you're gonna do any work, you branch off of the development branch, do the work there, and then merge it back into development, right? So we can walk through an example here with you. So let's do a git log in your git bash. You have to change directories to where your code is, because currently you're just in your user directory. So you have to like go into documents or something. If you pull up your file
Yeah.
explorer, I can help you if you want. So you have to go to your D drive, it looks like.
Yeah, D drive, Unity, Bunny Hub Master.
Okay. So you can just do cd d:/ in your git bash. Cd space capital D : /. Yep, and then hit enter. Cool. And now you can cd Unity. Yep, and then same for Bunny Hop. And if you hit tab, it'll autocomplete for you, by the way. And then it looks like you put it in Bunny Hop Master. There you go. Okay, now if you do a git log, we can see those are your two commits, right? If you hit
Yeah.
the Windows key plus the up arrow at the same time. Oh, you must have a different layout. I was just gonna have you maximize the window.
Oh.
Oh, are you at? Oh, you're on Windows 7. Uh,
Yeah.
and now if
Still.
you, I have no problems with Windows 7. I like Windows 7. And now if you hit Control and the plus key, there you go, and do that a couple times so I can see. There you go, because Discord has low resolution if you don't have Nitro.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're going to change to the development branch, and you see those those little number letter combinations? Those are unique identifiers to those commits, so we can copy them to a different branch.
Okay.
So if you do git checkout development, and let's do a git pull and a git status to make sure you're good. Okay, and then you can do a git status. Perfect. Okay, so now what you're going to do is you're going to create a branch off of development. So you're going to do git checkout -b. Yep, space. And then it's going to be the word feature slash slash, not dash. And then whatever the name of the feature that you're doing. So for your case, it would be level cleanup. So like level dash cleanup. Yep, perfect. And then when you hit enter, it'll create a new branch, and you see on the right hand side, it automatically checked it out for you, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So now what you're going to do is you're going to do a cherry pick. And what a cherry pick does, you know what a cherry pick is?
No.
It's going to, uh, cherry picking is a common term for like literally picking something up and dropping it somewhere else. So we're going to cherry pick your commits from the master branch and bring them to yours. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay, all right. So if you do a git log right here, you see those are my old commits, right?
Yeah.
If you you have to you see how it has like a little colon down there? You have to hit Q to get out of it. Okay, so now what you want to do is you want to type in git space cherry CHERRY dash pick PICK, and then you want to hit space, and then you want to scroll all the way up to those commit hashes that we were looking at before on master, and you want to copy the first one. So you want to copy initial commit. Yep, you just want to copy those. Yep, and then you want to paste. Oh, you have to do if you highlight it and hit the middle mouse button, like click it down, like the scroll wheel, it will paste for you. Because in this is pretending like it's Linux. Control C kills the current command that you're using.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. You can just hit the home key. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so now what that does, if you do a git log, could not apply initial commit. Oh, that's not good. What this was supposed to do is it was supposed to take it off the master branch and make it the latest commit in yours. Do a git status. Looks like we have some merge conflicts. Okay, see all those unmerged paths? I that is rough.
Yeah.
Uh, I wouldn't even know how to solve a merge conflict on a Unity file because they're like if you do git diff on one of those files, they're not easy to read. Um, man, that's a pain in the ass. I honestly I don't have a good solution for you here. We may have to ask Zach. He's better at Git than I am. He may have a better idea of what to do. Uh,
Okay.
trying to think of what we could do here. Hmm. Let me message Zach real quick. Let me see if he has an idea.
Okay.
Because I don't want like the easiest way to fix this would just be to clear out your changes and have you do them again on this branch. But I don't want to have you waste all that time again. Um, while we're waiting on Zach to respond, we had a guy that had a question real quick. Could you actually? I'm going to ask you to rephrase the question, Sala. I'm not sure that I 100% understand what you were asking. And it does look like Zach is busy. So the problem with grouping them like that is that it makes it harder to move them. So I've come to find is why I left them just out floating in the scene. Um, unless you leave their parents transform at 0, 0 and the scale at 1, 1, 1. Which did you do that for each one of them?
I think I did.
Okay, I would have to go check to make sure because otherwise it would make the level design really really difficult. Um,
Yeah, they're all on the
okay,
0
perfect. Okay, then
positions.
then that
Yeah.
makes it not that hard to deal with then. Um,
I mean, I thought that would be, easier to read.
yeah. In the future, if you're ever going to spend a long amount of time working on something, make sure you check with whoever the project owner of the project is before you do what you do. Not because it won't work out, but because if it doesn't work out, we don't want you to have wasted all that time.
Yeah, okay.
So it's more about saving you time. Let's go. I'm curious. Let's go to. Uh, what if you just do a get, add, and then a period? Yeah, and then you do a get status. And then do a get commit. And then just colon Q. So you have to hit shift to make sure you get the colon instead of the semicolon. If you've never used Vim, it'll be kind of confusing. There you go. Okay. Now if you do
Yeah.
get status. Yay, it worked. If you do a get log, you'll see your commits on top now. Okay. You see initial commit up at the top? Boom. Okay, that worked. Now we can cherry pick the other one. Uh, that was weird.
I mean, the other one was just, I think I
Oh, you
changed
deleted
one
one line?
line.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it
So,
doesn't matter.
so now your process, now that you committed your code, you push it, right? So you just do a git push. And you're going to push this direct, you have to do the Q thing. Yep. So now you're pushing directly to my repository instead of from a fork, which is really nice. I think, or is this on your fork? You can just copy paste that, and basically what it's saying is that GitHub doesn't know about this level cleanup branch. We need to tell it that we know about this branch, or tell it that we created this branch. Yay! It all pushed up. Okay.
Wow.
So now if we go to GitHub, and you see that light yellow box, the pull request, the compare and pull request button. Yep. Cool. So we can go ahead and so you want to merge this into my development branch, right? So the base repository is Ambit 17 Bunny Hop Master, and then the branch would be development. And then the thing that we're merging it from is your branch and the level cleanup, so that makes sense. So then what you do is give me a little description. Yeah, make it a little bit more descriptive than initial commit. I mean, I know what's going on, but for looking back in the future. Perfect. And then over on the right-hand side, you can request me as a reviewer and assign yourself. You click the little cog to the cell to the right of it. You click the cog to the right of assignees, not reviewers. Sorry. So reviewers are the people that review your code. Assignee is the person that's assigned to the ticket. So you'd assign yourself to the assignees because you're the one that made it. And then you uncheck me. There you go. Cool. And then you hit create. Okay, so now what this is going to do on my side is this is going to show up and say this brand. Okay. Oh, my permissions are not good. You could just automatically merge that in. Interesting. So now if I go to pull requests, you can see we have this guy because you wanted to merge it from your master to my development with these guys. We're actually going to close this one because we don't need this one anymore, right? So we're going to close it. And then we're going to go to the one that you just made. And let me double check the files that were changed. Small platform, small platform. Before I approve this, I'm actually going to pull down your code myself and make sure that it works. But once you, so next time when you're doing your code, just clone my repository rather than making a fork, so that way I don't have to pull your code, and that'll also make it easier if you want to test my code. Normally on open source they do have you fork, but since you're going to be on the project, I might as well just add you to it to make it easier for both of us, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and download yours, and I'm going to kind of poke around and make sure that we have everything correct. I think my hard drive is dying because whenever I try and go to the file explorer, it is super slow. Either that or maybe I have too much stuff on it. Nope. Okay, so once your repository clones, we open up your code. We'll go ahead and close that on mine. I don't even think I've changed anything on mine. Cool. Sadly, I put just enough assets in my project to make it take a little bit to download. So while I got you, what are you thinking about testing at now that you've looked through the project a little bit?
Um, I'm still trying to learn the bunny hopping.
Learning how to play the game and learning how the game works are two very different things. Bunny hopping is actually a very muscle memory driven uh, skill. It takes a long time to get good at. If you go
Yeah,
back to
so
the beginning part of the stream, I don't know if you were watching it or not, but I showed how I would have bunny hopped through the game.
yeah, I watched it. It was like so good compared to me.
It comes from a lot of just messing around on bunny hop servers. And I'm actually gonna go grab some socks real quick. My feet are frozen. Alrighty, I got socks. How's this guy doing? Sweet. Okay, so now we reopen Unity. Gotta add a new project. Well, I guess I get to run through all the levels in bunny hop again. I got to make sure all the checkpoints and everything work. I just want to make sure we didn't introduce any bugs, which will be great to figure out your testing, how that works. So for an entry-level test, I have an idea for one. Do you know how scriptable objects work at all?
I think, yeah.
It would be cool if you could test to make sure that so I have a scriptable object for each level, and that scriptable object says the number of checkpoints, the list of the tutorial texts, and the whether or not it's like a portal level, its build index, and the name of the level. Well, since it has the number of checkpoints, you could go through the scene and make sure that the scene indeed does have, or that each scene has the correct number of checkpoints relative to what the level says, and that would make it so I wouldn't have to test that I set that part up correctly.
Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and create an issue for that. And I don't have a label for a test yet, so I'll create a new one. There you go. Also, when you start testing, I believe you have to import the test runner, don't you? And some other libraries like in-unit.
Can you repeat?
When you want to do testing, don't you have to import the test runner? Sorry, had to sneeze. You have to import the test runner and another library. I believe it was in-unit was the one we were looking at.
Yeah, I think so.
Make sure you do those in separate commits, so that way it's easier to figure it out. Because if you import that and there's a bunch of different files, and then you also change things, it'll be really hard for me to figure out what you actually changed.
Okay.
Which all levels did you change, if you don't mind me asking? Did you clean up
I
all of them?
changed all of them.
Oh, did I
Yeah.
not? Am I not looking at the right one then? Oh, you did it on your level cleanup branch. Duh. My bad. Okay. Now I have to wait for Unity to recompile. Ah, that was way faster than expected. Okay. Unity, I don't believe you that you reloaded. Because it says all the levels are empty. We will reopen. That's weird. I've never seen that before. Yeah, judging by the fact that it's having to recompile things, I just don't think it took the changes from changing the branch. Not to mention. How do I even get a merge conflict in something that you didn't touch? I'm so confused.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, when you set up, uh, is this an option that we can change? I think I know what's going on here. Hmm. Because what it looks like is. Oh. So the changes that we had you push were me being a gigantic dum dum. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
So normally when it does merge conflicts, like normally it would think these three lines are the same, right? So like basically what the merge conflict says is this is where you're at between here and here, and then this is where it was at between there and here, or the other way around. Sorry, the bottom chunk is what you added. The top chunk is what it used to be. Well, normally these annotations would only wrap around the things that were changed. Well, you see how it thinks the whole file was changed? I
Yeah.
think that's because when you change when you just look at a file, when you do anything with it, uh, it'll change the line endings. Like if on some on some operating systems, it has like a carriage return and a line feed. You know, like the /in character.
Yeah.
Sometimes different operating systems treat those differently and Git recognizes those changes. So it thinks all of the line endings are different, right? Is what I think is going on here at least. And there's a setting in Git that allows you to check them out as they were and check them in as they were, regardless of what your operating system thinks they were. So I think that's the reason all of the files have changed so much. I'll have to do some research on this. I've never seen this problem before. I've never had to solve the problem before, which is fun because this is going to be a problem that we were going to run into.
Oh, by the way, I just checked my Unity editor and it looks like yours, so it's all broken.
Yep, that's because I made a big dumb, and when you were okay, you know when you did the cherry pick and there was all those errors.
Yeah.
That was because it looked at those files and said, "Oh, these guys are completely different," right? So we're,
Yeah.
we're, we're gonna fix this. It has to be done on your machine because you have the original code set. So what we're gonna do, if you can screen share
Okay.
again, we'll fix this together. Okay, so let's go in your GitHub desktop, switch back to the master branch. Yep, leave your changes. Okay, so what we gotta do is we gotta go back into Unity, let it reload. Okay, so go into one of the scripts. I believe you edited player constants. Let's just go into that one. So if you go to scripts player, I just want to see if this will solve the issue. Yep, just open up player constants. Man, I'm surprised Visual Studio 2019 works on Windows 7. I didn't know if they were still supporting it or not. Are you still getting updates on Windows 7?
No.
Okay, I
I
didn't think so.
just like it so much.
I hated Windows 8 so much, and Windows 10 is bearable.
But I should probably change to 10 because it's not supported anymore.
Yeah, probably, but
Yeah.
if you can still get it to work. Wonder when they're going to come out with Windows 11 or whatever new naming convention they're going to come up with it. So I believe we're going to try a few solutions. I've never had to deal with this, so I don't know what the catch-all solution is. Okay, in the top menu, go to uh, File, Advanced Setting. This must be for an older version. Let me go look it up in Visual Studio 2019. Sorry, reading.
It's fine.
I'll actually bring it over to the other page so I can show people how I'm poking through here. Okay, I got too much stuff open. I always um Visual Studio 2019. Ooh, heck yeah. Look up line endings unifier. I believe it's just going to be a plugin. So if you go to extensions. Curious. Did you see how I got to there? Ooh, didn't mean to click that. Nope. Go away, League. There you go, the second one. I'm really hoping this works, otherwise I don't have a good solution for you, to be honest.
I guess I'm good at breaking things.
I'm happy you found it out because we're probably going to need to do it for somebody else too. Did it finish? Maybe click on the all under installed. No, still downloading. Oh, you see the bottom warning? It won't be installed until you
Oh,
restart Visual.
okay.
You just have to restart Visual Studio. There you go. You know, okay, so I won't need to test your changes anymore. So I'm actually gonna go back to my project and start poking around at changing the materials. And I'll keep you on the other monitor so I can help you. All right, so now if you go up to tools up at the top, I assume there will give you a drop down for it. Nope. Do 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 do.
It still says it needs to be
Your changes will be
restarted.
scheduled. Modifications will begin when all Microsoft Visual Studio windows are closed. Maybe you didn't give it long enough. Maybe you have to open up the leave this window open and then close Visual Studio. Because I believe the tools menu, the extensions menu is separate once you open it. Like I believe it's a separate application from Visual Studio. So now if you just close Visual Studio and leave that window open. Oh, you can't. Never mind.
Oh, I can.
Okay, try this. Hit the Windows key and type in Visual Studio. I'm bringing you over so that people can see what it does. There should be the Visual Studio installer. Open up that guy. Let's see if you can install extensions from here. I've never had to do this before. Yeah, you can go ahead and close out of that. What language is that? If you don't mind me asking.
That's Polish.
What's that?
Polish.
Oh, gotcha. How do you say your name, by the way?
Maciej.
Machi?
Yeah, close enough.
Like Machu Picchu, but with an I?
Yeah, it's cooking.
All right, so if you go back to the installer, I assume that says update in Polish. Yep. While we're waiting on that, I'm going to go back and play with some materials. I wonder what happens if I change the orange to... What if I just do white for the walls? Orange for the cubes? No. Orange for the portals? No orange at all? I think that blue's too light. How awful does that look? I'm curious what this, like, anti-aliasing is if you don't look, like, directly at the word. I'm gonna message one of our I'm gonna message in our designers and see if any of them are interested in helping me. I'm awful at colors. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't even be worrying about the colors of it because the designs aren't final anyways.
Yeah.
That seems like the smarter decision. Alright, reprioritization. The ticket was just to change the portal material to be easier to see. I don't know if that was necessary. I think it was more of a comment than a... I think it was a comment from somebody else, not something that I made. I think what would be more important is making the tutorial a higher quality and fixing collision issues. Yeah, it's a good idea. Let's look at lowering the speed when walking backwards. Let's see if that's something that we can do somewhat simple. So we'll go to the player script. We'll go to player movement, and I already know what the problem is going to be when we try and do this because I thought about it a little bit previously. Basically, what we do, the code, we're gonna just ignore a bunch of code and just get right to where it is. So we get the input vector of the player in world space, and what that means is we go get the input velocity. So we say if we get the key codes for left, right, forward, and back. So it'll be A, D, W, and S, or whatever you set it to, because you can. There's keybinds that you can set it to, but the hotkey manager handles that for you. Then you have the horizontal and vertical speed, right? So if we're holding left, we're going to be moving negative our movement speed, right? If we're using the XY axes, or in this case the XZ because of Unity being crazy. And if we're moving right, back, and forward. So I think what we can do is we could just divide this by 2 and see if that feels better. Give it a try.
Fabian.
Is that Fardine?
Yep.
Hey, what up, buddy?
Color palette questions.
Yeah. Can you see the stream?
I can join it.
How awful are these colors? Is all I want to know. If we have just a
Uh,
simple fix, I just want to make it look a little bit better for the meantime. Like none of this is final, obviously, because I'm gonna have some sort of asset person come in and actually make this look good. But I want something that's more easy on the eyes in the meantime, because I think this orange is just bad on your eyes.
which color do you prefer the most? Like, which is the running theme of your game? Or
I see.
which would you describe
You see,
as the running theme?
considering I made orange all the backgrounds, because orange is my favorite color, not because it fits the game in particular. It was more of a personal decision. Probably orange.
Um, so orange and blue are complementary. That's why Portal has the orange and blue
Yep,
pairing.
and I
So that,
stuck with that pairing, thankfully.
yeah, that works well. But if you want, you have another complementary pairing on there as well. You have the green and the purple.
That wasn't
Um,
on purpose. I'll tell you that.
that's also complementary, but it does stand out because it's not. It's like a few degrees away from the orange and the blue. What I would recommend is probably using a triadic color scheme, or if you want to go with four, then tetradic. So let's see if I can generate a color scheme for you. You
So,
have
so what I was thinking is I need a material that tells me that these walls can have a portal put on them. I need just a regular wall. I needed the green because that's what tells you that if you fall onto it, it'll reset you back to the checkpoint. And then I wanted a color for the platforms.
uh,
So the platforms and the walls could have the same color, I suppose, but then it would be really hard to differentiate.
all right. See if you can join my stream.
Okay,
Uh,
watching.
yeah. So check out this tool, Canva.com
It,
colors color wheel. Just type Canva color wheel. It should pop up.
your stream's loading.
Okay. Let me know when it comes
Did
up.
you choose your screen or an application?
Application.
You may want to just choose your screen. It doesn't really load like Google Chrome very well.
Let me try again. Can you see it?
There we go. Yep.
Yeah. So just search up Canva color wheel. Put in one of your base colors. In this case, the orange. I just chose an
Yeah.
arbitrary orange. If you need the four colors, you can set a tetradic color scheme, or you can go with a triadic. Less is more.
Oh.
Uh,
Hmm.
that's what I recommend personally. But if you absolutely need four colors, just switch to tetradic or triadic for three. Otherwise, go with a complementary color scheme for two. In this case, it would be the orange and blue, or in like the case of green.
All right.
I
Let's
don't recommend analogous because, as you can see, it's very hard to distinguish.
let's go grab one of the. Oh, I didn't. I didn't make this easy on myself. What we're gonna do, I'm gonna cheat because I can't just grab the RGB out of it because it's technically a picture. So I'm gonna take a screenshot of the picture, bring it into Paint, and then do a color drop on it because that's a cheat. I like doing that.
Well, don't you have the hex codes for whatever color you're using?
I took a shot at it and didn't grab the actual hex code, so no.
Uh,
But if I do it this way, using Paint, I can go into the eyedropper, click on this guy, go to Edit Colors, and then it gives me the RGB. And then I can go to this guy. Where was it at on Canva?
just search up Canva color wheel.
Haha. Then I gotta turn it to hex. Okay, I'm too lazy to do that, so we're gonna go to Unity. We're gonna go to one of our materials. I'm a cheat, and we're gonna go to here, and we're gonna grab whatever this was, 219.68.8. Oops, 219.68.8. And then we're gonna copy the hex value, and then we're gonna undo those changes, and then we'll go to the color wheel and put in my. Okay, so now if we do tetradic and we copy these color. Oh man, okay, that sucks because what I What I did when I created my materials, it doesn't really allow me to change the colors unless. Okay, thank you for this, Friday. That's all I really need. I can handle it from here, but if you want to watch, feel free to chill.
I might actually take a shower, so I might head out.
Okay.
But I will probably drop in and out, and if not, then I'll see you tomorrow.
Okie dokie.
Bye.
See you, dude. Okay, so what I was using originally was just an unlit shader, which basically what it does is it just takes in a texture and it doesn't apply any lights because I am awful at lighting. I don't know how to make things look good. So all I did was just completely ignore the fact that I ever wanted to use lighting by just using an unlit texture because it just doesn't account for lighting. And you can see as soon as I switch to standard, the actual color of the material changes. I need to close Steam so I quit getting notifications. The color of the material changes to reflect the fact that all scenes come with this pre-built light, and you can see it's pointing like this basically. So you can see all the shadows are on the opposite sides of the cubes. Like if I were to go to the other side, the shadows are on this side. So I wanted to avoid the shadows because it can make things look kind of ugly. So what I was thinking is maybe we can just make the material itself have an emission, which is kind of like a glow. And if we make the glow just, does it make the entire thing glow? Yeah, but it doesn't update the lighting of the actual texture itself. Okay, never mind. We don't want that. Hmm. So basically what I'm thinking is I want an unlit texture, right? So I want this guy. But what I want to be able to do is to mask this color with another. Why don't we just cheat? Let's just cheat. I got a better idea. We go to where these files are saved.
Hey, what's up, Ambit, bro? Are you streaming?
I am indeed. What's up, buddy?
Not much, brother. I don't know. Are you streaming on the oneleif YouTube?
Yep.
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna go to, I believe it's materials? No, imported assets. We are working on my game right now.
Ooh. What are we working on?
So I have, are you watching the stream?
Yeah.
So I have these colors set up. I am by no means a designer. It looks awful. The orange is really hard on your eyes. So what I'm trying to do is basically make the colors look a little bit less eyesore like. So I
I
got
got you.
so I have a designer that showed me this website. So I'm gonna change the colors to kind of match these guys, and see if it doesn't make it pop out a little bit more and feel more alive.
Oh, okay, okay.
So the problem with that is that the materials that I imported were from this prototype grid asset pack, and they just give you this like nice little grid because I don't really care about the assets yet. I can have somebody else make them for me. Like this could be like, I don't know, the floor could be lava and the side could be like stone or something. I don't know. I don't really have the
Mhm.
levels planned out as far as the content goes. I'm just trying to make a puzzle game here, so I really don't care what it looks like, right?
Mhm.
So I just wanted, I mean, I care what it looks like. I just don't need like expensive assets, right?
I got you.
So what I'm going to do is, since I can't change the color of these guys, I'm going to import the pictures into Microsoft Paint and see if I can't just like use the bucket to change the color. We'll see.
Oh, okay,
We'll,
okay.
we'll see if that works. I have no idea if it's going to.
Well, I'm here for the ride, brother.
If it doesn't, then we'll just leave it and we'll go on to a different ticket and we'll come back to it another day.
Yeah. So somebody in the chat, I guess, is asking, could you explain the premise of your game?
Oh, thank you. I did not see that. Yeah, so the premise of the game, I will just go ahead and hit play and show you guys how I play it. So, I explained it at the beginning of the stream. You can go back and watch that, or I can just explain it again. It takes 2 seconds. Um, if you've ever played, spoken like a true designer. If you've ever played, we're just gonna skip to hop 4. If you've ever played Counter Strike or CS:GO, Gary's Mod, or Half-Life, they all run on the Source engine. And there was a bug introduced into the Source engine that allows you to bunny hop, right? So I made it easier. So like I can just hold the spacebar and you'll constantly jump. And normally when you walk, you hit a max speed. Hold on, I'll go to bunny hop 3. It's just a big level for you to practice. So normally when you just hold W, in the top left you can see my speed, right? 7.04 meters per second. That speed doesn't account for up and down speed. It's just forward, left, and right, and back speed, right? Um, so if I were to just keep hopping, I don't lose speed, but I maintain it, right? Well,
Mhm.
if I move to the right or the back, I slowed it down too much. So the basic premise is that as I turn, you actually gain speed quicker. And since you're hopping, the bug that was introduced in Counter Strike, I believe it was actually introduced in Quake way back in the day, was that if you hit the spacebar within a one frame time frame of when it tries to calculate friction, it doesn't apply the friction and still applies the air movement. So really what it does is it takes the vector of where I'm looking at and where I'm turning to in between like the frames of me turning and applies it, like basically multiplies them together. So it keeps building the speed up and doesn't apply friction. So you get this bunny hopping effect where you can just get some massive speed if you keep hopping, right?
Oh, that's really cool.
So then I took that, and then I started turning it into like almost a puzzle map. We'll go to one of the more complex ones. Like you can use this effect to you really have high air control, right? So I can jump around objects, right? So like if I go, I think the next level is a little bit. Yeah, okay. So like you can go the easy way. Like I talked to Zach about this a lot, Leaf, in the Discord, and he made the recommendation that all the levels should be kind of like Mario, where anybody can beat them, but if they're good at it, they can speedrun it, right?
Oh, I see. Yeah, 'cause
So
you've
you
been
can,
making it
yeah.
in
So on
place.
like on this level, for example, I made an easy and a hard level. So you can just jump the normal boxes over here or over here. If you don't know how to bunny hop, in any other game, how in the hell would you even think about getting around this, right? You just have to jump straight and then you couldn't turn, right?
Mhm.
Whereas thanks to the way air mechanics work, I can actually jump around in the air. Okay, I'm doing a bad example here. I changed the movement speed because when you were walking backwards, it was like too fast. Um, but I think I kind of goofed it a little bit. If the movement speed is lower than what the friction is in the friction 6, then it won't you won't move at all, right? So we'll go here. All right. Now, I'm going to continue to fail. So you can get some crazy jumps going on if you know how to bunny hop. And then I took that a little bit further and I said, you know what? I like the game Portal. You like the game Portal. Let's make Portal. So I got some Portal levels. So I add some little tutorials at the bottom of the screen showing them how they can translate momentum and all that jazz. So you got a portal down here. You literally can't make this jump. But there's a portal behind you when you spawn. So the trick is to put the portal up at the top, put one down here, fall through it, and boom, shoot the gap, right?
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then the concepts get more complicated. You have a portal up top and a portal down below, so you can infinitely fall through them. And then you place a portal. Oh, I messed it up. And then as you're falling, you place a portal and you shoot out the other side, and you come up over here. I just recognized a bug. Did you guys see that? Was I the only one that saw that? Left, right. You see how you can't see it's a plane, right? You can't see it when you're above it. And
Yeah, yeah.
and I forgot an extra one over there. Let's go fix that. What level are we on? I think we were on 4, 3, 3. So instead of having this guy be a plane, we're just gonna delete him. And we're gonna go, I already made new prefabs for this in level building. It's a portal wall. And instead, it's not a wall, it's actually a really thin cube is all it is. I just changed the scale of a cube. So we will get rid of the rotation. We will move it we'll move it up to 10, and we'll move it out to 10. And now it's an actual cube. And then let's take this guy, duplicate him, and move him up 10 units. And now we filled in those gaps, right? This level's a little jankety. It feels like there's like some weird angles here, but it kind of gets the very easy process aside that you can get this infinite momentum, place a portal here, and get over to here. So yeah, so then I was just like, oh cool, I got bunny hopping and I got portals. Let's figure out how we can make this stuff like really crazy and really get like mesh these two ideas that I absolutely love together. So if I go into some of the later levels, I believe like Portal 5 does them together. Yeah, so I can place a portal here, and I can place a portal here, and now I have to bunny hop across these guys. And my bunny hopping is awful right now. I feel like I lowered the movement speed. What did I do? No, I'm just bad. That's all it was. And then I somehow made that jump. And then boom, you see how this gets more and more complicated. And then on here, I introduced the concept of glass. It's like you can't break through the glass or anything. So what you have to do is you have to jump all the way down to the end here. I messed it up. Damn. And then you have to go basically up top and jump down. So that's the current concept that we have. I have a list of bugs that I found or a feedback that I've received. So the one that we're working on right now, I probably should have pulled it into in progress, was lower speed when walking backwards to prevent falling off platforms unintentionally. So let's say I'm like running to jump off a platform and I want to stop myself. The nice part about the movement mechanics that come from CS:GO is when you're in the air, as soon as you hit back, you see how I like immediately stop. It makes it so you have really fine-grained control over where you're going. Like if I jump too far, I can just immediately hit stop. But the hard part about that is if I don't let go of it instantly, I'll like fall off backwards, right? So what I want to do is lower the backwards speed. Like if I go to, I think it was Portal 8. If I jump up here, I tried to beat this level so many times. These little tiny platforms. If I jump up here and I like try and stop myself, I like fall off the back of them a lot. Maybe this is more of a personal thing. So never mind. Maybe I can do them perfectly. But it was to kind of prevent the player from having that issue where they fall off the back of them, because that would infuriate me. But maybe this is just me being bad at bunny hopping. I can't really ask for you guys' input if you haven't played it. Also, if you just go to my GitHub repository and you go to releases right here, we have different releases, right? So we have, I'm in alpha right now, obviously, because it's not done. We're in version 0.4, and you can see each version has an exe. So if you download it, start the exe. Like if I just hit the Windows key and type in bunny hop, I already have it installed, and it runs not through Unity, but as though it's a game like you downloaded it on Steam. And then, it opens up in full screen and all that jazz. It pretends like it's a real game. And then I also have a Linux build with instructions to get it running. So if you want to play the game, the version that's up there right now is a little bit old because I have to manually go make the builds. Like I have to run this script that basically turns all of my Unity code into an executable that you can install. Frank asks, did you calculate the routes, the distance between the blocks with some sort of formula, or is it more testing in them with play mode as you build them? That is actually a really good question. I'm happy you asked that. It was a little bit of both. So when I first started, basically my goal, I took some of my friends that play CS:GO a lot. Like a couple of them have like 4,000 hours in CS:GO, and several thousand of them were just from playing around in bunny hop maps. Um, so I used them as my guinea pigs and basically saying, does this feel like CS:GO? Does this feel like CS:GO? And I like slowly tweaked it, and then I don't know, maybe a month ago, I like finally hit the point where I was like, oh my god, this feels like I have just like super crisp control over my movement. And the variables themselves, like if I just go to the player constants folder, you can see I have my move speed is 8, which is 8 meters per second. My crouching move speed is 6 meters per second. My max velocity is 100. Gravity is 9.8. That's the only thing that's like realistic, right? 9.8 meters per second squared is the gravity on Earth. So that's the only thing that feels realistic. And then jump power, I just kind of put what felt right. Same with crouching jump power, like you can't jump as high if you're crouching. And then for ground and air acceleration, those were also just what kind of felt right. So I just kind of played with it until it felt like I have good control over my character in the air and on the ground. And then what I did was I went into, you see this maximize on play, that makes it so this like window blows up when you hit play. So if I don't do that, it'll stay in this small little window over here. So if I go to, what level would have a good example? Nope, 2. Okay, so this is the scene view, right? This allows me to like kind of like debug the scene at runtime. I didn't even notice I had that. Okay, so you can see my player. It has this like weird little model. I didn't spend a whole lot of time on it. Anyway, so if I go to the top level of the player, you can see, it might be hard to see on stream, but there's this green cube around my player, right? I'll kind of scroll around a little bit to make it stand out. But basically what that is that's my collider. That's the thing that makes me collide with things. So you can see, like right here, my box collider is 1.6 meters tall and 0.6 meters in the width and length of the box. And so what I did is I went in here and I hit jump and I said, okay, this box is 1 meter tall and I'm jumping. Where does the bottom of my box get to? It gets to About like what? What is that? 1.2? Well, if I switch to the 2D mode, it'll actually put this in like 2D, and I can scroll. I can scroll in really deep, and then I can say, okay, what does it get to? Like 1.25-ish? Okay, well that's my jump height now. Well, if I do a crouch jump, I jump and I pull my like you can crouch, right? Like you can see, it just changes the size of the collider. It doesn't change the size of my model. I don't have an animation that does it. But if you jump and then crouch, you see how it gives you a little bit of extra space. It would be equivalent to you jumping and then like pulling your knees up to your chest. Um, so I kind of figured out what those two distances were. I could have just put in a script. Now that you guys are making me think about it, it probably would have been smarter to have a script that keeps track of the distance between my collider and the bottom of the ground and calculated whatever the max of that was. That probably would have been more intelligent. But I just kind of got a rough estimate and I said, okay, about 1.3. And so I said, I will never make one jump to another higher than 1.3 unless it's going to be forced to be a crouch jump. For example, this guy. You can't just look at this. I am not tall enough to jump over this guy, but if I crouch jump, okay. I lowered the size of the player, so I can't crouch jump it anymore, so I gotta go refactor this level. But it used to be that you could only crouch jump over it, and if you didn't read the little tutorial at the bottom, I put this little box in the corner that you can just jump up and get over. So like I said, I'm trying to do the Mario approach, where even my 10-year-old sister can beat this game, but if you know what you're doing, you can complete it quickly, right? Um, any more questions before I go back to working on it? Sorry, I gotta go look through all the chat that I missed. I missed that I was sleeping. Okay, we're good on questions. So I'm gonna go back and we're gonna pull open uh, the color wheel again that we were looking at, and we're gonna go change our materials to this color and see if it looks any better. So we go to I think we just want to do the paint drop bucket, and if I just like click a color, doesn't it change? Oh, cool, it will. Does it get rid of the white lines though? It doesn't. Perfect. That's what we want. Okay. So what we want to do now is we want to go to edit colors. We want to go to this guy. We want to grab this hex value, and we want to do hex to RGB. And we'll put in our hex code. You don't want the 35 DB0. Oh, I didn't copy it all the way. DB08. And that is 53,219.8. So if you do 53,219.8. And I kind of like the colors that it's outputting here. They kind of feel cartoony to me, so I'm kind of pumped to see how these look in the game. So now that we have that color selected, we're going to add it to custom colors. It's going to put it down here. We're going to select it. We're going to hit OK. Make sure we're on the bucket. And fill it all in. Ooh, I did not think about that. Oh, and they have like just barely off shades. You know what? We'll leave it for now. It'll be. I really should do this the good way. Oh, that was dumb. I hit save. I should have done save as. And we'll call it lime green, and we'll just save it to like downloads for now. And since I pulled the dumb and hit save, we got to go to here and we got to undo this change. So now that when we go back to Unity, orange is still orange. Materials prototype. Okay, orange is still orange. Okay, so now we'll create. We already have a green material. We can just change this. We can import under prototype grid. We'll just put our new texture here. This isn't the right way to do it because this imported. I like to have this imported assets folder in Unity to say this is all the things I've imported from other places. So I have audio clips. I have a DJ buddy that I'm using one of his songs right now. It just plays on repeat. So then I imported this Gridbox prototype materials thing, and here's all their textures that they gave me. So we're just gonna drop it in here for now because it kind of blends in. So we'll bring in the green. We will go to my prototype materials, go to my green guy, and we will drag in this new color texture that we made. And then we'll go ahead and do the same for the other colors, and we'll see what they look like. 159, 219. Oops. And yes, I know there's still these orange crossbars. We're just trying to see if the main colors themselves look all right. We'll call it good blue because why not? Then AD08D8. And for some reason it copies it with the hashtag, so we have to delete the hashtag and put the number at the end. 173.8216. Got that good. Perp. And now we go drag and drop all these guys into here. And then we go to our prototype materials. We got purple. We want to use this texture. We got our normal blue, and we want to use this texture. And I think green, orange, purple, blue. Yeah, we got them all. Okay, let's go look at how our levels look now. Is that... I feel like that green is almost too bright. I kind of actually like how there's orange lines on everything. I love orange, so don't complain. Let's go to Portal 8, because I know there's some bigger blue boxes here, and I don't know how the orange lines will work. Honestly, it doesn't look too bad. I think I'm going to leave it for now. I kind of like it. It feels cartoony to me. And yeah, cartoony's like an easier style to pull off than realistic. I don't really want to go for realistic. My goal is to go for a steampunk vibe in the Infected game that I make in the future, and this was kind of a prequel to that. So I don't know if I'm gonna try and even replicate that style. I think I almost want to just go with cartoony and making it feel fun. Um, so yeah, I think I'm actually gonna keep these colors exactly how they are. And I didn't change anything else, so we're going to go ahead and make a new branch. We're going to branch off of development. We're going to call it feature updated colors. And we're going to bring my changes with me. We're going to create a commit, and we're going to call it updated standard level colors. And for those of you who don't know how to use Git, this is going to be amazing for you to watch. So we're going to publish this branch. I probably should have done this in Git Bash instead of the desktop. I probably should have done it in the command line so you guys see how it works. What that button did is we basically just did the... I'll show you what it would have done. If I would have done git push, that's what that this button would have been equivalent to. So now if we go to GitHub and we go back to our code, we'll have this yellow highlight saying, "Oh, hey, you made some changes. You want to make a pull request?" And we say, "Yeah, of course we want to make a pull request." And a pull request basically says, "Okay, you did your code on this branch way over here, but don't you want to pull it into development?" And yeah, and then we add some reviewers to it. And we say, "Hey, review my code, make sure you like it." And then we create the pull request. And whenever they approve of it, we can hit the merge pull request button, and then it'll be in the development branch. Okay, so that guy's done. We'll ignore that we need to do things on this for now until people approve of that. We'll go back to our roadmap, and we will say that change portal material is in review. Oh yeah, the thing we're doing is lowering speed when walking backwards. I don't know if I need to do that. Like I literally just played it and it felt normal. I'm gonna wait for some more input on that. I'm gonna put that at the bottom of my to-do list because I don't think it's absolutely necessary right now. I think the only thing that's really game-breaking right now is this guy, which is the collision allowing the player's head to get stuck in the ceiling and climb walls. Um, so if let's add some labels to this. It's a bug, and it is Yeah, that's all we need on it. And then it'll update, and then we'll go ahead and assign ourselves to it. You can see my little image pops up. Okay, first thing you need to do whenever you get on a new branch, or whenever you get on a new ticket, we go check out development, and we make sure we pull the latest code. And now we check out a new, let me make this bigger and easier for you guys to read. Check out a new branch. We'll call it features slash player collision. Okay, and then now we go back to Unity and wait for it to reload with all the changes. Because development, remember, isn't in the same spot that our old branch was. You see how it went back to the old ugly purple color. Okay. So now I want to go reproduce some bugs, and I want to add some debug logs to see what in the world is going on. So let's go ahead and close out of all some extra stuff. Make sure we're at kind of a clean state here. I'm going to close this so I don't accidentally use it again. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to did I add any more info to what all's in there? I know my head can get stuck in the ceiling sometimes, and I know we can climb walls. Okay, those are the two that we want to fix. So I know all of this code is going to be in the player movement and player constants. So the problem is that I'll go ahead and give you guys a little show and tell of what's going on. If I, you have to, okay, so the problem is you have to, the problem with what just happened, I couldn't move. I have to start from the main menu because that like loads in the game manager and then passes all of that information to the level that you're going to. So if I were to just like, let's just walk over to this big box over here. Okay, you can see these lines are up here. I'm trying to use them as my frame of reference. If I just walk into the wall and hold spacebar, if I keep walking into the wall, do you have to be facing it? Yeah, you see how I'm like slowly climbing the wall, and it's also when I walk into it, it kind of bounces me off. So the reasoning for that is that I'm doing all of my collision by hand. So the way it works is on my player, whenever I'm doing my movement, we're doing it in this fixed update function, and this fixed update function is built into Unity. It comes from the Mono framework, and you get access to it by saying my player movement is a script or a Mono behavior. And so what fixed update does is it says in the normal update function you'd update every frame, but fixed update only this code is executed whenever a physics frame is updated. And what that means is Unity can set the number of physics frames per second, and they're constant, right? Like if you're doing some calculations in your normal update loop, maybe that update loop is slower than it should be. So like, you're at 100 FPS right now, but you could be at 101 FPS next frame. But we want our physics calculation to be executed 60 times per second every time, no matter what. That way, nothing gets janky. So that's why everything is being executed in fixed update. Because if we're doing collision calculations, right? Let's open up Paint here. Let's say we're a speeding bullet going this way. There is a wall here. Well, if my bullet is going 1,000 miles an hour, and let's say on frame 1 it's right here, and on frame 2 it's right here. Well, if I check right here and say, are we touching anything? It says, no. And if we go right here, it says, are we touching anything? And it says, no. But there's this wall here. So what do you do? Well, you can check in between this frame and see what in the world's going on. And that's kind of how collision works, right? And basically say, okay, there's a plane. I'm a bullet shaped like I don't know what's called a box or something, and you just pretend that this bullet moves from this location to this location, kind of like this, and you can see that hey, the points intersect, right here or whatever. So the way it works with mine is this code comes. The structure of this code comes from the source engine because I kind of wanted it to A, have the same feel, and B, make sure that there's as little differences as possible to understand why my movement code may feel different than the source engines. Sorry, looking at chat real quick. Yeah, can you explain branching? That was a pain spot for me. Okay. Before we get too into my collision code, I'm gonna go ahead and answer. I'm just gonna call you I'm Ninja because your name looks somewhat like it. Branching. Okay. So on a production level project, this is usually how it looks. You have a master branch, and it's just a timeline. And what would happen is when you create the project, you'd have some initial commit, and then you'd branch off into a development branch. I'm using M and D for master and development because I'm too lazy to draw it all out. So on the development branch, what you'd do is you would branch off development branch and meet like just like we're doing now. We created a feature slash something, right? And in this case, it's feature slash player collision. I accidentally open putty. So the reason for that is now I'm on this collision branch and I can say, okay, I fixed the player getting stuck in his head getting stuck in the wall, and then I fixed the little jiggle against the wall, and then I merge that back into development, right? I create a pull request like we did for the last ticket, right? I create this pull request, and you can see I want to merge from my feature branch into my development branch. And the reason we do this is to keep it clean, right? If I go back to here, I'm basically saying I want to take the state of this branch that I created and push it back over to development, so that way development is aware of those changes. So now, if we once we merge those changes, this branch doesn't exist anymore, so we can undo all of this, and now we have a commit here representing everything that happened on that feature branch, right? And then what do? Okay, well, now we need another feature branch. So we branch off, and then we do our commits, and we merge it back in. And we keep doing that process, right? And then when we're done with all those, we say, okay, now we're at version 1, or we're at version 0.1. We merge that into master. So that way master only has the commits relative to this is the state of version 0.1. So that way we know what the state was in 0.1. So the reason we have development is so we don't impact master. The reason we have feature branches is so that multiple people can have multiple, like I could have person 1 working on feature 1, I could have person 2 working on feature 2, and whenever this guy merges back into development, well, this other feature branch doesn't really care because we only cared about the state when we checked out. When we push it back in, it'll just put my changes on top of whatever their changes were. I hope that answered your question. I also talked really fast, so feel free to rewind and rewatch that. Okay. So back to what we were doing. Oh, he's typing. Hold on, we'll wait before we move on. Yep, the pull request is so that when you merge into development, you don't want to just merge in the code. You want somebody to make sure that that code is valid. So that's what a pull request is for. You can't hit that merge button until people approve it. On most repositories, it depends on how they set up permissions. Yep, and then you're gonna have multiple feature branches, right? So like I'm gonna have a feature for jumping, I'm gonna have a feature for moving, and then I'm gonna have a feature for a bug or something. And then at some point you decide that yeah, well, let's merge into master because we have enough features done that this can qualify as another version. Either that or you just have a deadline, like you do monthly master pushes. It's partially for security, right? So if I have like nobody can push to master in my repository because that's just a bad idea waiting to happen, right? Development branch. I don't remember if I added protections for it. Even if somebody pushed up a commit that's bad, I could just make a new commit that undoes those changes, right? Because that's the beauty of Git is I can see what changes you made and I can literally undo them with one command and then push out that change that says your changes don't matter. But master is the only thing that I would be wary of being messed up. Yep, you really wouldn't know about how branches and whatnot work if you're not in a team. If you're on a solo project, I would still never zip and send your code. That's awful. um, on a solo project, I'd still recommend doing it the right way. Like I was the only one working on my project for the longest time, and I still do the branching way. It took an extra 30 seconds to set up, but it shows me as a role model, showing how things should work. So not only is it helpful for other people, but it's helpful to get in that habit. Just build that habit into your daily exercise. Um, Lastly, it makes it a lot easier for you to go back and see where changes were made, and it helps you have like a structure. No, use Git on a public repo, man. Even if like there's no reason to ever have a private repo unless you have some sort of intellectual property that you're worried about being stolen. And until you're like a master developer, that's probably not going to be the case. I like to do private repos when I first started too, and I was like, oh, I'm making a game. I don't want anybody to steal it. Like my idea is not that unique. Somebody else has done it. Me making it better than theirs is what really is going to separate us. Um, Yeah, I like the feedback and questions on Git because it's really important. You're going to be using it on just about any professional team, and if you don't use Git, you'll use something like it. You'll use some form of version control. There's 4 to 5 unfinished projects. If you want to see something funny, I have 19 projects, and I wouldn't consider any of them done. Like I made a tower defense. I tried to make a game that would integrate with Mixer. Another game that would integrate with Mixer. I forked one of my buddy's game engines. Actually, this is the only thing I could probably say is done. Wow. This is a plugin for Unity to allow you to draw on an image in real time. I tried to make a hover car game, a game that allows you to walk through portals in augmented reality, a repository that allows you to write shaders in metal code, a website that I was working on. This is my like 4th try at making my infected game. This is a 2D game, a 3D snake, and so on, right? It's like none of these games are really that done, but they're still public. They still show that I'm getting things done. All that really matters on your GitHub is this right here. This number right here. You getting things done. It doesn't matter if they're finished. It doesn't matter if they look good. It doesn't even matter if they work. Just the fact that you're trying to get things done is really all that matters. Meho Kato says, I can't remember several commands, mainly JavaScript. Do you have any tips? Use an IDE. When I'm typing, when we go do Visual Studio Code, if I want to do input vector.magnitude, I don't remember what that is. I just type in input vector, let it autocomplete, and then I hit dot, and then I see what are all the options that I have. Oh, a vector has a magnitude. You can normalize it. You can get the square magnitude, and you can get the x, y, and z of a 3D vector. I wouldn't remember all this stuff on the top of my head, but Visual Studio does, and that's what matters, right? Any company that has, I believe I said this yesterday. Any company that has you do like a whiteboard uh, problem should not have you remember the syntax, right? Um, I still can't remember some of the syntax sometimes, and I have to go Google it. So I wouldn't beat yourself up about not being able to remember commands. A lot of it just comes with muscle memory, right? Like when you were a kid, they had you do your times tables. Like I remember what 5 times 5, 12 times 12, all that jazz is. The only reason I can still remember those is because I did them so many times that they're just ingrained in my brain. And like in any language, like you won't just get that instantly, right? Like I can't remember half. Like I've done JavaScript before, but I can't remember the mass majority of how any of it works, or the mass majority of the syntax. I can remember how the language functions, um, and that'll help you with googling. Really, as long as you're good at googling, you can figure these things out pretty quick. I would recommend if you work in one language daily, I'd recommend having like a little cheat sheet, like here's how you create a variable. Here's how you declare a function. Here's how you remember to serialize a field if you're doing JSON or things like that, right? Things that you're gonna have to do frequently that you just can't remember exactly how it's done and you don't want to go spend 15 minutes on Google. No problem, I'm Ninja. Okay, I think I answered everybody's questions for the time being. We'll get back to working on collision. Okay, so what I'm thinking here is I'm gonna talk myself through how this is working, so that way I can maybe figure out using my own thoughts what in the world's going on. So to refresh my own brain, the 2 problems that are happening with collision are your head getting stuck in the ceiling and the little jittery effect of bouncing you off the wall. Yep. Okay, so the jittery effect, I know why that's happening. Every frame, every physics frame, we check whether or not we're crouched. If we're not on the ground, we apply gravity. or sorry, we apply a gravity no matter what. Then we check if we're grounded. Then we check if we jumped, and we can know whether or not we can jump on whether or not we are on the ground. Then we get the direction. We get the vector pretending to be the direction that we're going. If we're grounded, we apply our ground acceleration, and we clamp our velocity to the max movement speed. Meaning, if we apply the ground acceleration and it's higher than 8, don't set it to 8. Ooh, what in the world is that? Funky. And then we apply our friction. And then if we're not grounded, we apply our air acceleration. And then after that, we clamp our velocity to the max velocities. So if it's greater than 100, set it to 100. And then, so max velocity is separate from the max velocity of being on the ground. Because if you're doing your jumping, you can have a higher movement speed. And then at the end of the frame, we say our position is equal. We add to our position of whatever the new velocity was at the end of that frame times however long it's been since the last frame. And then at the end of all that, once we've moved, we want to resolve whatever collisions we had. Just because I'm curious, what happens if we resolve collisions and then move, do everything, then resolve? That doesn't make sense. We want to move and then immediately resolve the collisions right after. That's what makes sense. Okay. So we don't care about crouching. We don't care about gravity. Grounded isn't a problem. I'm sorry, I'm just closing these out to make it clean. Because if I have to scroll back up, I want to be able to instantly scroll back up. Okay, so resolve collisions is the function that we're looking at, right? Yep, resolve collisions. If you just click on it in Visual Studio and hit F12, it'll jump you to the function. Okay, so this is going to look really complicated, and if you don't know anything about Unity, physics, or collision, we'll run you through how it works. So we get the center point. The center point is just the position of my character plus wherever the center of the box is, right? So we're going to get the center of the box in wherever world space is. So let's go ahead and let's just go ahead and make a debug log for that, and let's see what we output for that. So we're going to say my position is the transform.position, and then my collider. I'm not. This isn't going to exist for very long, so I'm just making it short and sweet. And then we're going to put this guy. Okay, so we just want to see what my position and my collider center are. Let's make sure they're calculated correctly. Maybe that's part of the problem. Okay, then what we do is we get the extents of a bounding box. And a bounding box, if we use bounding boxes in 2D, like if we are a 2D character and this is like our map, or let's just say this is like a cube and we are a stick figure. If I'm moving this way, how do I check if this player collides with it? Well, you could check if this hand touches it and this leg touches it, because those would be the first two things that touch it. Or I could just be simple and put a green. Green is usually the color that's used. You could just put a bounding box around your player and say, is any part of this box touching our player? Well, then yeah, we're colliding. So the extents of the bounding box would be the corners of the box, right? Because that's how you can. That's an easy way to define a box. Would be the corners, right? So we say, okay, let's get the extents of the box, and say if we're crouching, let's get the other extents, because the bounding box would be smaller if we're crouching, right? And then we say, let's figure out what things are overlapping my box, right? I believe that's what this function does. We overlap box. We're going to go Google it, because I can't remember what it does off the top of my head. I haven't touched this in a while. So we're going to just type in physics overlap box. And if you type in this type of stuff, usually with the correct function names, it'll come up with Unity's scripting stuff, because this Unity has like the best documentation. So Google realizes that and says, hey, a lot of people are searching for this. We'll pull it up. So this guy says it returns all colliders that overlap with the given box. Okay, that makes sense. So we say for each one of the things that are overlapping us, if the collider is myself, like this box that we're doing, we're pretending it's a different box. So we just basically have to say if the thing that we're overlapping is myself, just continue, keep going. Or don't continue down here. Continue to the next iteration in the for loop. Check the next collider. And then what we say is this is where things get complicated. We compute the penetration. So what that means is if we go back to here, if my green box, let's say this guy moves forward and my green box is right here at the end of the frame, right? Well, the penetration vector would look something. It would start at this point right here. We'll make this red. We'll start at the deepest point in the box, and we need to find whatever the shortest distance is and direction to get out of it. So the depenetration vector could look something like this, right? If we moved our box along this vector, our box would end up. Oh man, I forgot. That is awful. If we moved our box along this vector, what tool was I using beforehand? This one seems really thin. Aha! If we move our box along this vector, then the box would really end up sitting right next to it, right here, right? So that's the depenetration that we're calculating. So basically, what we send into this guy is we say, I need to pass in. This is just a built-in function to the Unity's physics system. So we say we have collider A, the position of that object and its rotation. We have collider B, which would be the thing that we collided with, the position of that thing and the rotation of that thing. And then we output a direction and a distance. So we output the direction to depenetrate and the distance to make it so we're no longer touching. So then once we have that, this is where we get some complex math. We do a dot product, and basically what a dot product says is if the two vectors are pointing in the same way, it's 1. If they're pointing at perpendicular ways, it's 0. So then we do a dot product with the direction to get outside of the box and the velocity of our character, and we say if that's greater than 0, or we shouldn't be colliding with this thing. I don't think this should be a thing anymore. Huh. Interesting. Nice. Good burp. Okay, this is set when we were doing portal stuff. We're going to ignore that for now. So then we basically say if the dot product of the direction to leave is greater than 0, meaning that they're pointing in the same direction, then we just don't really need to worry about it. So let's say my player is moving this way. Let's use a different color. My player is moving this way, and the depenetration vector, let's say, is this way. Well, they're kind of pointing the same way, so the dot product of these two would probably return something pointing, somewhere in the middle between them, so a little bit more up. So it outputs a float between -1 and 1, and if 1 is pointing this way and 1 is pointing this way, we're going to get 0. If 1 is pointing this way and the other one's pointing this way, we're going to get 1. If 1 is pointing this way and the other one's pointing in the opposite way, we're going to get -1. So if they're facing within a 90-degree interval of each other, it will be greater than 0, right? Which means they're going to be moving in the same direction. So what this is operating under the assumption of is that they will depenetrate themselves the next frame, hopefully. So this might actually be part of the problem. I'm curious. If we go to the Quake movement code, because it's open source, and we search for collision. Nope. Okay, let's go to move. Fine. Air Excel. PM accelerate. Oop. PM _ Excel. Okay, accelerate is called in walk move. Okay, and walk move is called in. Man, this function is massive. P move single. Okay, I assume this is the most top level function. Let's look. Oops. Single. P move single is called in P move. Okay. You see how this was super complicated to move from the C++ code that I barely know how to read into C#. So I'm just looking to seeing if they do any sort of collision stuff in here. And you can see chop the move if it's too long or prevent frame rate dependent behavior. This is stuff that Unity would handle for us with the fixed delta time. P move single, so we just call it. And then there's flags. I assume there's flags to say which side it's being hit on. I don't know. I'm reading the comments, by the way. That's what I'm scrolling through. That's kind of cool. If the talk button is down, I assume there's voice chat or something. Disallow all other input. This is to prevent any possible intercept proxy from adding fake talk balloons. Weird. I'm assuming that's to prevent like sending too many requests. Interesting. Aha, ground trace. Let's check for ground. We don't want to just check for ground though. We want to also check like if we're overlapping something, right? I don't know, see what their check ground trace does. The ground trace doesn't hit a surface, so we're in free fall. That makes sense. Theirs looks like it says if the ground entity is nothing, meaning if we didn't hit anything, I assume, we transition into free fall. So we minus 64 to the Y value. So we start moving at 64 units down per frame. So that's how you start accelerating. And then we say we do some sort of ray trace. If you say I'm not sure how the ray trace works. We add forward move, otherwise, oh, this is some sort of animation. And then we say we're in free fall and we don't have a ground plane and we're not walking. Okay. Looks like it's doing a bunch of traces here. So, me just kind of thinking through some things here. We can either keep doing our custom collision, which obviously is getting really complicated and is causing issues. And this depenetration does not work how I think it does. I'm starting to think it has something to do with this. I don't know why I didn't take a look at that sooner. You can see I already output the depenetration vector, and then the projection of my new velocity. Hmm. And then basically, once we have the depenetration vector, we just say, hey, move outside of that, and then subtract from our velocity once we hit something. Hmm. And then surfing is a whole nother can of worms from CS:GO. If you're not familiar with it, we can look at it in the future. I'm kind of curious why we're doing this. I don't remember why I did this. What happens if we just pretend it doesn't exist? Do you behave even more funky when we collide with things now? So you guys are hearing like my raw thoughts as I'm trying to figure this stuff out. This is not something that was prepared. It looks just as jiggly. What about if I move this way? Okay, we slide against it. We can push into it this way, this way. Just making sure it works on all axes. What happens if we go in the corner? Okay. All right, let's put it back and see if anything changed. I think what happened before is it looks like it slowed me down. Like, okay, so I'm holding W right now. Now I'm holding W and D. W and A. I think before it like slid me off of it, like without that if statement, it kind of slid me off of it easier. I don't know. One more time, let's put it back. I can't for the life of me remember why. No, it feels the same. Interesting. Okay, so I used a couple different sets of people's tutorials for this. I believe... I don't think this is the right one. I'm just curious how people do their collision detection. What language is this in? Nope, not about to read through C++ collision. Remember I had a Unity project. Yeah, it was this guy. Yeah, resolve collisions. Do the dot product, and if it's greater than 0, continue. This is what we get for copy pasting. So what I was thinking separately was to use the Unity character controller. But I believe the problem with that was is I couldn't tell when we collide with something if it was on the... There's collision flags. Yeah, so you can say if it was on the sides, above, or below. Does it automatically just handle it for you? Because I believe if you use the character controller, you can't just like move wherever you want. You have to... Yeah, you have to call the move function on it. And if I'm thinking about this in the future, I don't know if the character controller is going to make it more difficult to send data across to a server if I do this multiplayer. I don't know if I'm going to have to send... I should still just need to send the player's current position and its velocity. That would make sense. All right, you know what? Let's try it. Let's see if this works. So we're gonna get really ballsy here, and we're just going to comment out all of my collision, and we're gonna assume that the character controller is going to handle it for us. And then what we're gonna do is we're going to add a reference to our character controller. I believe I tried this before, and I can't remember why I didn't go with it. So we're about to beat our head against a wall again and remember why we didn't choose that choice. And maybe we've learned something in the meantime that solves this issue for us. So when we do this guy, I think the only difference that we have to do, let's do a search in our current file for transform. Okay, if we check crouch, if we're grounded and we were crouching, we push ourselves up a unit so that way we don't like fall through the ground as we stand back up. Okay, so that's going to be one place where you have to change it. So we move the position here during check grounded. Okay, so I think to prevent all this, to make it easier to deal with in the future, we're just going to create a function called move player. And this is just going to take a vector 3 called new position. And all it's going to do is it's going to say, hey, Mr. Character Controller, would you be so kind as to move to this location? I think we can just set the velocity, the current relative velocity of the character. What is the preferred method to tell this guy to move? The character controller is not affected by forces and will only move when you call the move function. Okay, so let's go to click on the move function and see how you're supposed to call it. Ooh, I accidentally opened Steam again. Me misclicking. So you have to give it a movement direction and the. So basically, this is the delta, right? So this is the change in movement, not the direction we want it to move to. That makes sense. This is kind of what we're doing already, right? So we're just gonna pass in. We're gonna create a variable, and we're gonna call it movement this frame. Could probably come up with a better name, but we're gonna call it. We're gonna tell it. We're gonna tell our player controller, or we're gonna tell this script to say, "Hey, move the player how much movement we should move this frame." That makes sense. And we say move new to. We want to move a movement, not to a position. Boom. So now we go look at all other places where we're changing transform.position, and we're going to call the same thing. Player move. What did I call it? Did I just call it move? Player. This guy. And since we have git, we can just delete all this stuff and not really care, and we can just revert our changes if everything breaks in the future. Oh, this is our ground detection. I don't think we need to do this all anymore. Check grounded. So check grounded now should, in theory, not have to do any of this. All it should do is just check. Okay, we have to deal with surfing. We won't deal with surfing yet. We'll come back to that. We'll delete all this. And we'll just say character controller dot collision flags. We want to say if something's touching the bottom of our collider, uh, detect collisions. That's a boolean, so that's whether or not it detects collisions. What's a contact offset? Oops. Flag collision flags dot. No, collision flags is a returns an enum. So we say if. What's your enum name again? We'll do it on the end. Collision flags. If this guy is equal to collision flags dot below, meaning it's touching the below of our collider, grounded equals true. That seems simple. Yeah, let's go back. Let's open up this guy and let's go look at what the change was to this file and make sure we didn't forget something. We check for all the hits that we hit. Was grounded is equal to what it was before, so we gotta set that. Was ground.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
How's it going, Cody?
Good. What about you?
Good. Just beating my head against a wall trying to figure out this game stuff.
For what?
I'm working on a game. If you, I don't want. I guess I don't want to have you. Are you watching the stream?
No. I just got home.
Oh, okay. No problem. On the oneleif YouTube, I've been streaming for like, oh man, how long have I been streaming for now? Almost 4 hours. Man, I didn't realize how long this has been going. Man, time's been flying. I'm working on a 3D platformer. If I had to put it into the most simplistic words.
I don't see where the link is. For the YouTube.
Go to the streaming channel. I believe would be the closest place. Yeah, it'll be the message about a full screen up. It'll be highlighted in yellow because I add everyone.
Okay.
Okay, so what we were doing originally is checking if we were grounded, and if the ground wasn't flat, we'd start sliding along it. We won't worry about that yet. Otherwise, we'd set our new velocity, our y velocity, our up and down to 0, basically saying, hey, don't fall anymore. We don't have to do that anymore, but what I think we do need to do is stop applying gravity. So we apply gravity and we say, if we're not grounded, then do this. Okay, so that makes 100% sense. It'll still apply gravity, and then we'll make sure to check that it's grounded. Okay. So now we have, let's go to check crouch. I believe we did something dumb in there. Okay, never mind. We're good. Okay, let's go make sure we didn't change our transform anywhere else. Nope, we're good. Okay. Let's go see how bad it broke. It broke real bad because I didn't even put a character collider. So now we have to go on all the levels. We use a prefab for the player, and on there we just need to add a component called the character controller. And now I believe we shouldn't need the box collider anymore. I don't remember if I'm being 100% honest. So the height of our player is about 1.8 meters, and the radius we'll leave at 0.5. The rest of that sounds good. Let's go look at our player and make sure that this seems feasible. Okay, so this collider actually uses a capsule, so it's kind of an ellipse rather than a box. I'm not sure how much that's going to affect things, but let's see what happens. Okay, so first off, we have our character collider, but we didn't do anything with it, so we need to do character controller equals get component character controller. So now we have access to it when the game starts up. Also, we don't have a collider anymore because the character controller has one in it, I believe. Wait, yeah. We know that because we see this green outline of a collider, and we already deleted our collider. So let's go ahead and clear off all these errors. What else are you mad about? Okay, so for checking crouch, oh, we actually changed the collider's size. We can do character controller dot. Can we change the size? Is it height? Height, haha, is equal to. I don't think we. Yeah, we made them vectors, so we can just do the size dot y, and let's make you 1.8 instead of 1.6. So box collider size and crouching box collider size dot y is what we want. Yeah, that, everything's kind of up in the air right now since we're making so many changes, but we will make it work, I promise. Okay, so we want to say the height of our character controller is whatever the y value was before, and we're going to do the same thing but with the regular collider size if they're not crouching. We don't have any other errors in the project. We should have access to the character controller now, which should allow us to move. Let's give her a try again. I got one other thing I'm worried about, and I'm not sure. Why do you feel so floaty? Do you walk into? Oh, it's, you see how I can walk into the wall and it's not jiggly anymore? Oh, the scale is why. There we go. You still feel super fast. Let's go to sensitivity. For some reason you reset. Okay. So now it still looks like. No way. Everything's working. I am mad at myself that I didn't do this sooner. Oh, you see that? We haven't hit the ground yet. We're like floating. I'm not touching anything. Okay, we jump normally. But if we jump into a box or something, it behaves super weird. I believe there's this property on the character controller called the skin width, which is kind of like the width of the like little green walls. I'm curious how this impacts my collision because it feels like it's behaving weird. The character's collision skin width specifies. Small positive non-zero values. What if we Make it smaller. Okay, everything works fine as long as we don't touch a wall. As soon as we touch a wall, life goes poorly. Oh, 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 oh. Back when we resolved our collisions, we lowered our velocity when we hit a wall. Now we just keep telling it to move at that velocity. So now we need to do some sort of check. Hmm. What are the variables we had to play with here? Oh, interesting. We have it as grounded already. Okay. Well, that's kind of cool. This is what I get for not looking into it enough. Oh, oh, mouse is stuck. Let's print out what the collision flags are. I'm assuming it's just getting stuck on the sides and isn't dropping back down. Let's see if we start. I wasn't paying attention to the console log. Did we get any errors? Can we jump into the walls or anything like that? Whoa, it's behaving normal now? Did we like change something that made it freak out before? It feels normal. The sensitivity just keeps getting reset for some unknown reason. It's supposed to save to a player preferences file. Curious why it's not saving. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, respawn doesn't work because it just sets the player's position. That we can deal with later. I know I have an idea for that. We just disable the character collider and then move him back. Okay, it's feeling more realistic than before, I guess. Like the ground feels normal. Okay, you can get caught on things, I think. Okay, I can't get stuck on any walls. I can keep bunny hopping. I'm curious why it was like getting me stuck in the wall before now. Oh, see, it didn't pick up on the ground there. Okay, let's go fix this respawning issue. I believe it's in player progress. We say if we fall below a certain level, where is it at? On update, if the player's position.y is less than whatever we set for the bounds reset, we respawn. Like if we fall below a certain level, we respawn. I mean, respawn, we say we reset the player's velocity and we reset the camera's rotation, and then we set the player's position. We can't do this until we turn off the player's controller, right? So we need to do transform dot or player progress is on. If I go to my prefab, player progress is just attached to my player, but we want to get reference to my character controller. So what we want to do is we want to say var character controller is equal to get component character controller, and then what we want to do is we want to say character controller dot enabled. Is that built into game object or the collider? Enables colliders with will collide with other colliders. No. I don't want to know how to respawn. I just want to. Yeah, that's what we want. It ignores transformed opposition. We know that. We just want to know character. Probably extract this into a helper method. Enabled. Set the position. Enabled. All right. Well, we'll see if that works because the enabled just says that it tells you whether or not it'll collide with things. I don't think that impacts it forcing you to be at a position, but like, well, let's try it. Google can't be wrong, right? Come on. Huh, it does work. Cool. No complaints. I'm actually kind of mad. Why do you keep resetting? When we load into the game, when we load into a level, it should set our camera move, player aiming. Camera move, there we go. We have the sensitivity multiplier, which just loads it from the options preferences manager. And the default sensitivity is 0.5. Why would it ever default to 100%? Where are you being called? Where are we being set? On set sensitivity. Set sensitivity is called literally just right here. This guy is being called whenever we start the options menu. Curious. Very, very, very curious. I'm assuming this is a bug with Unity itself, because what happens is when you install the game, it stores your player preferences in a localized file somewhere in program files or app data or something like that. I'm assuming Unity keeps resetting, and that's what's going on here. So let's play around with this and see if we can't break anything else. It feels much cleaner. My portals still work. I don't know what. Oh! I see you. I see you. What happened? I can start falling off and come right back on? That was weird. Yeah, look at that. What in the world? If I let go, I'm just floating. Can I jump? It thinks I'm grounded. That is weird. Hold on. If we go to my player, he's down here. This is weird. Okay, so I think this second ring of the character collider is where it thinks you can be grounded, right? I think this is where it, like, its cutoff is for the bottom, maybe, where it thinks the collision flag is below. So I'm thinking if I even move down a little bit more, it could catch me right there. So maybe this is a nice thing because it makes it almost easier to beat the game. So I can make the hops harder, and it's more forgiving on the player, so it makes you less angry. I don't know. Cody, are you watching? Good talk. I'll leave that in for now. I actually kind of like that. Okay. What I don't like is how sometimes it'll get caught. Yeah, it didn't pick up my ground. Yep. I need this bigger in order to be able to play. I gotta have that full screen. All right, let's just run through the levels and see if they feel realistic. Okay, I can get stuck. I can literally get stuck if I let go of crouch while I'm under something. I feel like Unity's character controller would want to handle that, but alright. Ooh, ooh, if I walk into something, I like got stuck. Man, this feels like too fast. Why did we go up to 8? Huh. Maybe it's just because my levels are so small that I feel fast. Okay, I can't get up. What if I crouch jump? I can get up. Okay, cool. That's exactly what I wanted for that level. We can b-hop to here. Ooh. Yeah, it doesn't like pick up the edge of a platform. Yeah, this character controller just doesn't feel as forgiving on landing on the edge of a platform, because what we had before was a box, right? Like, if we go back to paint and we undo everything, if we're looking at this from the top down, if this guy is one of the blue platforms, if my player, we'll use green again, if my player landed like right here, right? If we're looking at it from the top down, if we landed right here, it would still think we collided. But now, if we landed right here, oop, 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 oop. Oh, I messed it up. Draw the blue box again. But now we're a circle, right? So it doesn't give us that extra this right here. This is what we're missing, right? Peculiar. So there's a give and a take to this, because if I make the player bigger, that would happen less often. But on the other side of that, it would make it harder to fit through a portal, right? Let's go look. How does it feel to walk through a portal? I want to just portal 1. Can I still get through portals? No. Because we're running into the same problem as before. We gotta go to player portalable object, and when we warp through a portal, we set the player's position. But what we want to do is the same thing that we did in player progress, where we have to grab the character controller, disable it, and then re-enable it. Let's see if that works. Did I hit save? Yeah, I did. And it feels crisp, clean. You walk right through the portal. Was there just like a little bit of a delay? Can I stand in the middle of them? I can. Cool. All right. Well, looks like it's working. This is the test. Can I fall through the portal? I can. Okay. Okay. So now, what if we up the size of my thinking? What if we go to the character controller and like if we open this guy up, if we up the radius of him, right? If we just like make him fatter. Oh, I made it 7, not 0.7. Like if I make it fatter, it gives me like it was 0.5. What if I do 0.6? Is that too big? It still doesn't solve the problem if we hit it like right here on the very edge. I say we leave it. We have to design the levels around that. Basically, make the platforms wider so they're easier to land on. Yeah. Yep. Let's go. We're gonna have to go play through the game again and test it and make sure that we didn't break anything else. I believe Portal 8 had that weird bug of if I walked into. It's just Portal 8 that resets my sensitivity. What is on Portal 8 that is resetting my sensitivity? Is there anything in here? Are you overriding something? Why are you... Unity, your floating point precision makes me angry. Okay. Camera move is the thing that we should be looking at. So player progress. Wait, sorry. Portal. Sensitivity multiplier is 0 here. Is it different on another level? Sensitivity multiplier is also 0. Intriguing. Do you have something else overridden? No. Okay. Alright, I'm concerned. Is it just portal levels in general? Is there something weird about the way the scriptable object is set up? Portal 8. Are you different from you in any way? Just the number? Okay, let's go to portal 7. Okay. Let's start out at bunny hop 1. Is my sensitivity reset there too? It is. Oh, we got a null reference. Oh. I didn't start from the menu. Derp. Okay. I don't know why, but 31% is like perfect. If I leave, go back into hop 1, you're still at 31%. If I go into portal 2, you're still at 31%. If I go into portal 3, still at 31. Okay, now if I go back to the portal 8 that's broken, it's normal. Okay, so it's truly random. Great, okay. That was weird. Oh yeah, I forgot I was going to put a debug for... we don't need any of these anymore. Just want player movement. We're going to put a debug in fixed update to basically say the collision flags I don't know how an enum is going to print out. I haven't done it before. Was that a 5 that I put? What does 5 mean? We have none, sides, above, below. None, below, sides. We haven't hit anything above. Whoa. Oh, I thought it was a camera glitch. Okay, so we can hit something above and make sure that that works. No, we can't. We're not tall enough. I'm so curious why it's printing out 5. Okay, so it's printing out none and below at this. Hold on. We're just gonna clear and hit play. It thinks there's in between none and below. What if I don't move at all? Okay, we're getting 5. I'm assuming that's because it means sides and below. That's the only thing that makes sense. So if you like jump into a wall, it like if you're in a wall and you try and jump. No? Also, what? How did you manage? Oop, 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 oop. I thought my portal. Yeah, my portals can't manage to go outside of that. Oh, where'd you go? Where does it think you? Okay, that's a new one. I think this is kind of fun. Not gonna lie, this is actually kind of cool. I have no idea what's going on. Is there some sort of flag? Below none one. Below none one. Can I shit? Can I shit R and reset? This is the most glitchy thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh, I got it. You have to hit like right there. I don't know how to prevent that. That is new to me. I don't. Whoa, what happened? Oh. I figured it out. I'm trying to walk through here. It doesn't give me enough speed, so it pushes me back through. And I'm getting caught in between these two walls because it's trying to uh what? What if I go to the other side? Alright, man. I'm confused. Is the collider of this thing like freaking out? Where where even is your collider? Oh, I'm not selected on the parent. Okay, so you have your box collider, that's a trigger. You have your box collider, that's a trigger. Does your actual thing below have a collider? No. Does yours? No. So you think that your wall collider is this thing. Okay, that's right. You think your wall collider is this thing. That's right. What in the world? What is happening? Uh, uh, uh. Okay, alright, new one. Here's what we're gonna do. Okay, step one. What bug were we dealing with before? Trying to figure out why we get caught on walls. Okay, let's write that down. While we're getting distracted. And then, with 2 portals down, I don't know what to put other than freak out. I'm gonna pause for a second, catch up on the chat. I've missed a bunch. Okay. So to figure out what in the world's going on, let's double check my player movement and make sure nothing funky's going on. In crouch, we're not hitting crouch, so this is happening. Alright, this isn't part of the problem. Apply gravity. This actually might be part of the problem. I don't know if the character collider has gravity built into it. Let's go check. It does not. Good to know. Oh, this is how we can make the ice rink. Okay, alright, hold on. This is a different game mode in CSGO that I actually kind of want to remake. To make ice rink. Disable gravity and jump once. By ice rink, I mean like if I go to 3, I believe, and I jump once, I don't have any gravity anymore, right? So like I'm not high enough to do anything, but I'm still on the ground. Well, if I pretend like I'm bunny hopping and start turning, I can still gain speed as much as I want, pretty much, because I'm like constantly in the air. Like it's just the air script is being called now, and you can make custom games with that. So noted for the future. Okay, so we do in fact need gravity. Fun fact. Check grounded. All it does is print out whether or not this guy thinks we're grounded. Check jump. Basically, it should just check if we're grounded and you press jump. We add to our velocity in the y direction. And now we're not touching the ground. Oh. We shouldn't handle that. That might be part of the first problem. Let's go test it without putting any portals down, because that was janky. Nope, not the problem. I can still get stuck. What? You see how it feels like there's a delay on jumping? Before it felt like it was like instant. Yeah, it was like just a very minute delay. I think that almost helped. Hmm. If we put that back in, do we still jump slow? Did we break something else too? I just keep choosing Portal 8, by the way, for testing, because it has so many things that I can test with. Yeah, we still have this little bit of delay, so it's the character controller not picking up on us being grounded as soon as we touch the ground. I think. Jumps aren't instantly b-hopped. I'm starting to think the character controller is a bad idea because we're running into all these issues. And the character collider, the reason I initially didn't pick it is because it does all these things for you under the hood that you don't have control over. And so I was just going to do it by hand, but that was also a pain in the ass. So maybe, hold on, maybe we're going about this all wrong. Maybe there's a physics function that I just didn't see. Maybe it is just classes. Physics. Physics update behavior 2D. Physics scene extensions. Never looked at that. Never looked at that. Physics and I think that's everything that I should look at. What are you? Scene extensions to access underlying physics scene. What's a physics scene? Represents a single instance of a 3D physics scene. I don't know if I really understand what the hell that does. Oh, it's pointed to some scene. Interesting. I think I put your mouse in the basket when it rained. Sorry. Is anybody still watching, or should I stop the stream because I'm gonna have to Google a bunch of shit here? I'm gonna take that as a no, and I'm gonna kill the stream. I appreciate everybody watching.